What is happening, guys? Whew. All right, we're good. We're good. Everything's looking good. What is going on, Wagner? What is going on, guys? How you doing? Welcome. It is Friday. Thank God. Right? As I say, thank God. And it is time to relax and have a drink. Welcome to the Vodka Stream Lounge. That's right. Looking good, huh? What is going on, guys? How you doing? What's going on, Mr. Flash? What's up, Darius? We got Anthony here. What is up? Cool. Yeah, we got Amar. How you doing, bud? Yeah, what is happening? Alakzu, what's up? Happy Friday. Indeed, George. We made it. We made it through another week, guys. Yes, Snyder Cut worldwide. Yeah, somebody needs to do a video like that. I don't know. Maybe I'll do a video like that. You know, remember in Step Brothers? What was it? What was it called? Worldwide? Something worldwide? I forgot what it said. What they did in Step Brothers. I should do a video like that. Hey, what's going on, Ryan? You're a beautiful bastard. Jeffrey, what's up? Danny, how you doing, bud? We got Bradley here too. What's up? How you doing, bud? Hopefully you're feeling better. Having milk and a cookie. Well, okay. I mean, if you want to, if you're going to, obviously I'm looking forward to talking to you later on, Scott. And if you still want to be, drinking milk on the Vodka stream, I'm perfectly okay with that. What's going on, Eric? Viper, what is up? Whoa. Baby Driver, look at that. Got Baby Driver. Speaking of Edgar Wright, here he's going to do Running Man, Stephen King version. I am looking forward to that. How you doing, Nick? Yes, international, baby. That's right. You drinking? No, I don't drink Kirkland vodka. And tonight, guys, I'm going bourbon. Just saying. I'm on a little bit of a bourbon kick right now. So I'm just saying, got bourbon this time. So yeah, in the Vodka Stream Lounge, sipping on some bourbon. So cheers. Just so tasty, so tasty. How's it going, Evan? How you doing? All right, we got Mr. Dan right there. Yes. Hello from Vegas. Oh, man. Tell you what, Travis. I know. It's going to happen one of these days. I know I keep saying it. That's right. It was Prestige Worldwide. I couldn't remember right there. So yeah, I know. Maybe it was something that's actually been in the works since last year. I messaged him last year, so it's been there for a little bit. Oh, of course I'm getting those variant covers. Those things are beautiful, man. Like I said, though, in my video, if you guys saw my video that I posted, I'm going to try to, the comic book shop that's in the mall over here. I'm going to see if they're going to carry them because, like I said, you got to support the local comic book shops, man. I tell you what, that's one of the things I miss when it comes to where I used to live. There was a comic book shop like right around the corner from where I used to live, just a tiny little shop. And I got to know the owner. And every time I went in there once a week, I would be there for 2 hours because we'd just be talking. We'd be talking about the comic books. We'd be talking about the movies mainly, of course. And it sucks because even before the pandemic, he had a closed shop because it just wasn't in a good location. I tried my best to I was trying to keep him as afloat as I could because I was in there every week. And when Rebirth happened, when DC Rebirth, I was all about DC Rebirth and I was trying to get every issue that I could, and sadly he didn't keep up because it just wasn't in the best location, sadly. I mean, but you got to support those local comic book shops. I tell you what. So yeah, happy Friday. Cheers, Overdrive. How you doing? Yeah, good time. You're not late. Yeah, that's okay. Hey, we're just introductions. Don't worry. Like I said, the interview was pre-recorded, so I'm gonna be in a little bit here. I'll play it for you guys, and then I'll return, and then we'll bring on the panel as per usual. But anyway, when it came to Fabian, I messaged him. I think I messaged him back in like early December, and we kind of went back and forth a little bit, and then he said he was like kind of swamped up. And told me hit him up in the new year and we'll make it happen. And, when it came to January, I was like, okay, now it's time to start, so I started messaging him and then finally we just made it happen. And, I had a feeling it was going to be pre-recorded because he is in the UK. So just like the Connie Nielsen interview, which is not a big deal. It was cool. I mean, yeah, just did it yesterday and yesterday morning. So it was good. So hopefully you guys enjoy it. Definitely, hopefully will. Anyways, but yeah, hopefully you guys are doing pretty good. Is Garza going to be on tonight? I don't know. We'll see. Hopefully Garza is. Like I said, I mean, he always gets everybody gets an invite. You know, the normal guys get an invite. If they don't make it, they don't make it. It's just, you know, obviously life could happen. I mean, Garza is suffering through. He's part of that. He's part of that weird little fucking, you know how Mr. Freeze decided to just like fuck up like this, like the center of the country right now. And there's like this crazy, like, or maybe it was the Canadians, maybe, you know, Justin Trudeau up there was like, you know what, it's time we mess with the Americans because apparently, you know, there's like this big, huge winter storm that is just blanketing like the center. It is seriously like, I think even Scott's feeling it too. I saw some of his videos where he was showing snow at his house. So, I mean, snow everywhere. Garza's doing that. Meanwhile, like it's been about, today was nice and sunny and 70 degrees in Southern California. So cheers. Delicious. So yeah, it was so it's just kind of funny how, like, I mean, while some people are just, I mean, I feel bad for those people because there's people that are losing power, bursted pipes. People are just really suffering. And when it comes to what's happening in the United States right now, when it comes to the weather, craziness, man, I tell you. So, hey, you got Canadian fans here, Dave. I'm just kidding with you, Marquigo. Of course, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding with you. It's all right. I've never been to Canada. One of these days, I'll go up there, and you know, do all that stuff. What's going on, Mr. Eric? How you doing? It's a boom tube. You think it's a boom tube? Could be a boom tube. I got shit ton of snow in Jersey. Yeah, see, it's happening like a lot, man. New appreciation for Northerners after all. I know it's crazy. Hey, you know, I don't know if it's a climate change thing. Could be that, or it's just, you know, the weather's just like fuck all, whatever. Let's do that. Let's just do that. let's just mess with everybody that's usually in warm climates right now. I'm sure it'll happen one of these days, like, or one of these years. California will end up getting like crazy snow or something like that. You know, the climate doesn't give a shit about what's supposed to be. I always find that funny. It's like, wait, especially in California, like there's been times where it's been warm well into like December. I think that happened last year. Like it was still up, like getting up into the 90s into December last year. So you just never know when it comes to the climate. It doesn't follow our calendar. We made up the calendar. I mean, we were like, obviously there were some smart people in the past that were like, okay, looking at the stars and everything, we're going to make this calendar. And hopefully everything goes by the calendar that we make. But I mean, sadly, the weather, Mother Nature just goes, fuck your calendar. You know, I'm going to do what I want to do. So, you know, we'll see what happens. What's going on, Mike G? How you doing, bud? Thanks for joining. Yeah. So, I mean, hopefully we'll see who joins the panel tonight. I know Colbert hit me up and said he was feeling a little under the weather, so he might not make it, but we'll see if he does. Just because, like I said, he's also getting slammed with the cold too, and that's the thing. You get slammed with all this cold weather, guess what happens? You get down with the sickness. Oh, wow. I tried to do it. Did I do a good job? I tried. I can usually do that, but I sometimes have to warm up my throat before I do that. Oh, wow. There you go. Yeah, because I know some people, when the coldness happens, man, and your body just gets shocked like that, whoo, man, it gets, some people just, you just get that sickness rolling in, man, I tell you what. So, okay, good. Thank you, Viper. So that was good. Okay, good. We'll see if Swenson shows up. Like I said, guys, when it comes to the normal guys that are on the panel, they always get an invite, but hey, it doesn't always happen because sometimes they're doing stuff. I think like last week, Swenson said he had a free date night with his wife. And I'm like, do it. Yeah. Obviously that's better than, you know, talking nerdy movie nonsense for the next 4 hours. So obviously you want to spend some time with you know, that's just, it's good stuff, man. So COVID, the return, I know. Yeah. We'll see what happens, but, you know, like I said, and then of course, sometimes it's like, all right, if certain people aren't going to show up, then hey, guess what? Then I'm going to, send some invites for somebody else and so other people too. So Sasha Kaye, yeah, cute as hell. Yeah, she is. I know. Supergirl. I mean, there was a lot that happened today. It was a busy day, man. I tell you what. I mean, look at how many videos I did. I got up this morning and it was probably, I got up about 6:00 because I had to do some field work today. So I got up and, as I'm like doing other stuff like paperwork stuff for reality work, and then all of a sudden, like, the whole thing about Zack Snyder going international, Zack Snyder's Justice League going international, that was big news. So I thought, okay, better record a quick video to let everybody know, just in case they don't have Twitter. And cheers, man. Cheers to everybody around the world. Of course, there are a couple of markets that are still being, not so great. But cheers to everybody. We're going to be watching Zack Snyder's Justice League on March 18th. It's going to be grand. It's going to be awesome. And so cheers, man. He fought. Zack Snyder himself was fighting for that, okay? He was fighting for that. He was in long meetings trying to fight for this. God knows what he did to help push this along. And also, we also got to thank Warner Media, AT&T, Jason Kylar for all that. So cheers to all of that, man. Because I was kind of worried when I saw people talking about sharing things and VPNs and stuff like that. I'm like, no, don't do that. Don't do that. I mean, I understand. It's like you want to watch it and how can people watch it? But it's like, hey, just be a little patient, just a little patience. And look what happened. Should I buy the Batman and Superman Funko Pops or the new? I would say wait. Because I have I have some Justice League. No, I don't have Justice League Pops. I have one Flash Justice League Pop, and then of course the Batman or Bruce Wayne holding the Batarang Pop. So I would say wait. Because more merch is coming, guys. Like I said in my last video I did, it was kind of strange because the DC shop had all the individual like logo shirts, and then all of a sudden they vanished. Not sure what happened. I think somebody got a little too antsy in the pantsy and was like, oh, like that, You know what, Sco? You're absolutely right. I mean, I there's things that I need to, take advantage of. Discord, yeah, I know. I've dealt with Discord a little bit with like other things, but I've never really like dove into it. So I'll probably do that. Jose's here. What is up, buddy? How you doing? Let's see. Do you think Snyder Cut will release in theaters? Nah, I don't know. I don't know what the plan is. I'm hoping that I hope my first viewing is in a theater. I mean, I am an hour and like 12 minutes outside of Pasadena in LA. So I'm kind of like fingers crossed, obviously, Snyder and I, we've talked, numerous times, and I'm kind of hoping like, hey, are you going to be showing this thing? Where are you going to show this? What IMAX? I'll show up to it. I even if it's if my first viewing of it is in black and white, I don't care. I actually would love that if the first viewing is in black and white. I'm totally down for that too. If it's the Justice League Gray version, Justice is Gray version, I am totally down for that. So yeah. So I mean, I'm just saying, like, that's why I'm waiting for when all that becomes official. And I know like he's just busting his ass right now, meetings, trying to get all this coordinated. And hopefully we'll see what happens. Maybe there'll be some kind of thing where there's a special event happening at various IMAXs around the world. So we'll see, guys. I mean, the last time we talked to him, I remember when Scott was talking to him and talked about IMAX. He even jotted down like an Alabama IMAX. And I'm like, yes, man. Yes. Oh, of course. It's definitely going to happen, man. I'm going to do a Justice League one too in the next couple of weekends. So look forward to probably in the next couple of Saturdays. I'm not sure when. I'll probably do I'm not sure exactly when, because tomorrow I thought about doing my Patreon fan stream, but I'm not going to do it tomorrow. I'm going to do it next weekend. Tomorrow I got something else planned that I'm going to be shooting, and but I think in like the coming weekends after that, I'm going to watch Justice League. And if anybody, if any of the boys want to join me on that, it's going to be crazy. It's going to be crazy. Yeah. But then after Zack Snyder's Justice League comes out, we'll for sure do a watch party. We'll do a live watch on that. That'll be 4 hours plus of goodness. That's right. And it's funny too, because you're like, wow, a 4-hour live watch. I'm like, yeah, but we've done almost 5 hours here where I'm sitting on a bar stool type chair the whole time. When I do live watches, what am I doing? I'm reclined on my couch, nice and comfy. So looking forward to that. So yeah, we'll see. Yeah, it's yeah. That's why I'm going to watch it, because of how traumatizing it is, guys. All right, I think it's time to show the whatchamacallit, the interview with Fabian. I'm going to go ahead and bring it up right now. Give me a second here. Let's see. There it is. Okay. All right, guys. Bring it up here with Fabian Wagner. Whoa. All right. For joining me, Fabian. How you doing today? Jeez. All right. So I got to still get used to like this new thing right here. All right. So, all right, guys, I'm going to go ahead and let this play. It's about 45 minutes, maybe a little bit more. So I'm going to go ahead and play this right now. And you know what? While this is happening, I'm going to go make dinner because I haven't had dinner yet. I'm going to have some dinner right now. So, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and bring this up, and you guys check it out and listen to him. It was I enjoyed talking to Fabian, and hopefully get to talk to him again after all this is done, because apparently he's got some future projects that he can't talk about, and it's kind of interesting. So here we go, guys. Enjoy, and I'll see you guys in about 45-50 minutes. All right, guys, here with Fabian Wagner. Thank you for joining me, Fabian. How you doing today?
It's a pleasure. Thank you for having me. I'm very, very, very well, considering all the stuff happening in this world.
Yeah. It's a little interesting stuff happening out there. How you been dealing with it all?
Oh, we've been good. We've been very lucky here. I've got a young baby, so I just spend a lot of the last year with my baby, which is unusual, I think, for people working in the industry. So it's a nice thing for me and my wife. So yeah, making the most of it.
That's what we got to do. I mean, it almost like when you think about last year, it's almost a bit of a blur a little bit, because it's like that happened, and now bleeding into this year. I mean, obviously when people are going, okay, 2020 is over with, now we got 2021, but it's like, hey, stuff still, I mean, the vaccinations are slowly rolling out there. Things are slowly opening. I mean, we can't put that completely in our rear view just because the calendar has a different number on it.
It'll be a while longer, I think.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit. And, but yeah, thank you for joining me today. We're, of course, guys, doing a pre-recorded interview because Fabian is 8 hours into the future. So don't tell us what happens. We want to be surprised, no spoilers, that's what it's all about right there. But, hey, he's got a beer, he's drinking a beer, which I was like, hey, you know what? Have yourself a drink. I don't care. It's noon here. I poured myself a bourbon. So cheers, man. Appreciate it.
Cheers.
All right. I'm actually surprised you didn't wear a flat cap today. I was like, you rock that flat cap, I should say, very well. I mean, not everybody could pull that off. I don't think I could pull that off. I like the trucker hats myself, but you really rock that flat cap pretty well, I will say.
I like the trucker hats. I have a lot of trucker hats. I have a lot of hats.
Yeah, I imagine so, because I don't think I've ever seen you without a hat. There's no pictures or anything out there where you're not wearing a hat.
Doesn't happen often.
Yeah, you got to keep that head warm. But obviously it's been pretty crazy. Well, at the end of last year, and then of course going into this year. I mean, something pretty exciting, of course, is coming out. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about the trailers and everything. And I want to get your input on everything that's happened, of course, with Zack Snyder's Justice League. But I want to go back a little further to young Fabian, and you were born in Munich, Germany, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. So when was it, when you were a child, or maybe in your teenage years? When did you feel like, okay, you know what? I want to shoot movies, or I want to do photography, some kind of form of photography? Was there a time that sticks out where you just went, you know what? I really like movies. I really like setting up a shot and just creating something beautiful with a camera.
Yeah, you know, I mean, I was pretty young, I think. I mean, I never had a plan as such. I never had a real plan, one would say. But I was very young. I always loved movies. I loved watching movies from when I was a kid, you know, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then probably when I was about 14, maybe 13, 14, I actually started taking a lot of pictures and stills and actually started shooting stuff as well.
Yeah. Was there like a movie that inspired you, like the movie that sticks out where you saw like the way it was shot and how cinematic it was? You were just like, look at that. I want to do something like that.
No, I don't think I ever looked at it that way. Not when I was that age. You know, for me, it was just I loved movies as a way of sort of just being in a different world for a couple of hours. You know, so I mean, there must have been a lot of movies when I was that age that I loved, but you know, surely it must have been things like Star Wars and things like that. So you know, but I just loved the concept of movies. You know, being transported into a different world. I didn't particularly think about the directing aspect or the cinematography aspect or any other aspect of filmmaking as such, because you don't really know what's involved to make a film at that stage. But I just loved it. And as soon as I started taking pictures, and then I realized the connection between that and sort of moving pictures, and then started shooting things on Super 8 and I mean, crappy things like High 8 back then.
Oh yeah.
You know, but nevertheless, you know, it kind of gave me that.
Yeah, I know. I remember like those days too with me, just like me and my friends, just like with a crappy video camera and just trying to shoot something, frame a shot. I think one of my boldest things I ever did when I was shooting like this little short film, I tried to do that. What's that shot called where you're zooming in and you're pulling back at the same time, so like the background starts like moving I try to accomplish that without any kind of dolly, and it was just me like with my feet trying to like time it just right, and I somewhat pulled it off. But I mean, it's just stuff like
that. The vertigo shot, yeah, it's great.
Yeah, I love that shot.
Cool technique, and it's great when it works well.
Yeah, I mean, when I found out how to do it, I was like, I got to put this in something that I have. And it was like a little short film where there was supposed to be a car that's going to hit the two characters, and I thought perfect for that. And it was. So I had actually, because I was in the shot, so I had to have my friend do it. And yeah, it took a little bit. It took a little bit to get it just right. And even like it's difficult to do it with just your feet. So it's a quick shot, but I got that effect of that background that just looks like it's like raising up behind. You know, it's a pretty awesome shot. Have you ever used that shot in any of the movies or TV shows that you've done?
I have. I used it a lot in music videos back in the day.
Okay, yeah.
I actually used I'm pretty sure I used a very calmed down version on Sherlock.
Okay, that's right. You did a couple episodes of Sherlock as well as Game of Thrones. That kind of put you up on the map there a little bit, huh?
That did, yes.
Yeah, that's and then there's actually when you first kind of like, I guess you could say, when you were like jumping like from all that to movies, you did Victor Frankenstein, which I actually enjoyed that movie. That was actually a fun movie with, of course, James McAvoy and Daniel Radcliffe. How was shooting that movie with those two guys, and shooting a movie like, that has to do with Frankenstein, a different telling of Frankenstein?
Well, I think it was probably a double-edged sword. Personally, for me, it was great. It was, it was my first big movie. It was Paul McGuigan, who's a good friend of mine, and an amazing director, was directing. Obviously, Dan Radcliffe and James McAvoy are fantastic actors, and it was great to work with them. And we had some very amazing sets, and I think some very good set pieces. It's a tricky one. I think I read something like it was a 400 and something version of Frankenstein put into a movie. So
I can imagine that. Yeah.
It's the most filmed story. So it's tricky to I guess to get the right recognition for it. And unfortunately, it kind of didn't get very good reviews either, which I thought was a little bit unfair, because it was a fun movie and it's an entertaining movie. It was never meant to be anything else.
No.
But there was one guy in particular in the States who hated it, and then everybody sort of jumped on board, unfortunately. I felt very sad because it was a great job. It was a very fun job to do, and it was a fun film to watch in the end.
Yeah, I think like sometimes with critics, I mean, on my channel, of course, I critique films too, but what I always try to do is be like, who is this movie for? I don't just like go, this movie's a piece of shit. This movie, I mean, sometimes I might give my opinion, but I always like go, what is this movie for? You're not going to get anything like this. You're not gonna do anything deep. It's gonna be this, anytime that I review a Michael Bay movie, am I looking for like super deep characters and all? No, I want to see explosions, hot girls, explosions, and product placement. That's what I want to see in a Michael Bay, in a Michael Bay joint, and I think sometimes critics, get a little too harsh. And then like you said, a lot of other people jump on board and just like, hey, let's just dogpile this, and then all of a sudden it goes away. But you also did a movie called Overlord, which I really enjoyed. That movie, I mean, that was high octane zombie fucking fun right there. How fun was that recording or working on?
No, that was great. That was a great fun thing to do. Personally, it ended up not so well for me because my mom actually got ill in between. So I left the shoot halfway through to be there for her, which was obviously more important at the time. And it wasn't a difficult decision because for me, nothing's more important than family and being there for your family and your friends. But obviously I prepped the movie for a long time and we started shooting and it was going really well and I had a lot of fun. We actually shot chronologically. So we started with the plane sequence in the beginning. We shot all that for 10 days. And I immediately knew how that opening sequence, which we put a lot of effort into, would work really well. So that made it even harder to leave, but anyway, it was a fun movie to watch and, so yeah.
Like when it comes to I mean, obviously when you look at like you got Young Frankenstein, then you got Overlord. I mean, do you like doing like the kind of like the, I guess, horror-ish genre? Is there like a specific genre that you prefer to maybe work on? Or I mean, obviously you want to work on anything you could maybe get your hands on, but is there a specific genre that calls out to you?
No, not particularly. I mean, I'd love to do a Western at some point.
There you go.
And I'd love to do a sci-fi. But, I mean, to answer your first question, no, it's not like that I'm choosing those kind of things all the time. It's more like that's something that people maybe get to know me for, and they like the stuff that I've done when it comes to these action things. So that's, and I certainly enjoy doing it. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah.
But I think I didn't have a plan when I was 14. I didn't have a plan when I was 20, and I still don't have a plan. So,
well, I mean, I know you went to film school, and I mean, as much as you can, sit in a classroom and listen to a professor talk about certain shots and this, that, and this. I mean, you really doing the hands-on work. That's got to be more educational than just sitting in a classroom and reading books, right?
Well, film school is actually a very hands-on course.
Is it? Yeah.
And I mean, I've got to say that I when I first started studying, I studied film history, and that was incredible. And I loved doing that. I love film and I love film history, and that was a very interesting. I'm very glad that I did that. And that obviously is not very hands-on, but when you then study cinematography, that's obviously hands-on. There's only so much you can talk about, and then it's practicing really.
Yeah. And so basically, when you did, of course, you did like Victor Frankenstein, and you have Game of Thrones and Sherlock under your belt. So what happens when Justice League comes along? Do you just get a phone call from Zach? Does he go, "Hey, you're my guy. Congratulations, you're gonna be you're gonna be my guy pointing the camera for the next 6 months or whatever. I mean, tell me about that. Like when you got the job to do the essentially the first Justice League movie.
Well, it was a bit more, surreal, and it's a bit more than pointing just the camera.
Yeah, I know. I simplified it a little too much. Yeah, a little simplification. Yeah,
but yeah, I mean, I had a phone call from my agent saying that Zach is in London and he's doing a movie in London and he would like to meet me, and so, that was a big surprise to me in the beginning because I didn't, I just didn't expect that phone call, I guess, and just went to meet Zach, and we had a nice chat for a couple of hours and talked through things, and then I left, and I mean, to be perfectly honest, I didn't expect to get the job. I just said thank you very much for meeting me. It's great to meet you. I've always been a fan of Zach's, and I've always been a fan of Larry Fong, who was his main DP. So, so it was a real great 2 hours just to get to meet Zach, But I didn't think any further of it. And then 2 weeks later, I had a phone call saying that he would like me to do the job.
Jeez, that's got to just, like you said, surreal just to get that phone call. I mean, it's, I've talked to Zach numerous times, and I mean, he's just the energy that comes out of the man. I mean, he's so excited when it comes to a lot of things. And I mean, I can only imagine just, because obviously when he's always drawing up these storyboards and he knows how to point the camera himself. I mean, it must be just like, I can imagine it makes the job almost a little bit easier because he's such a visual person, and then just talking with him, and it must have been just great and easy to just be like, okay, let's establish this shot. This is what I want. And it probably went, I guess, relatively smoothly.
I mean, look, the shoot was great. I had the best time I've ever had, and I hope that Zach had a great time, and everybody else did. Yes, Zach is, when it comes to filmmaking, he's an absolute genius. He's a amazing, creative, visual director who, like you say, he knows how to shoot stuff himself. He knows about camera angles, lenses. He knows what he wants. And then, yes, he's got this high energy and just a super nice persona that he has. That all of it combined is. I mean, it's like he's like a fucking steam train that you just jump on and he just goes down there, and you're like, wow, this is. And so that's cool, And then obviously on the other hand, it's also, for someone who hasn't worked with someone like him before, it's also intimidating, It can
I can imagine.
And hats off to Zach, and a little bit has to do with, I guess, my personality too. But I never felt that with him because he was just super nice and super collaborative and super easy, and for me, it was really amazing relationship. So I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, I mean, it just seems like anybody who works with him, they always have the best things to say. That when we're in the era of like people getting called out for everything, and then there's like this. There's people out there that just think like, oh, Zack Snyder, look at his movies, he's this, he's that. But then you never hear like actors or crew members, you just never hear like a negative thing about him. They always say how easygoing he is and how, like you said, collaborative. He's not just like, it's my way or whatever. He's open to ideas. And it's fantastic that now he's finally, and fantastic for everybody who worked on Justice League, that after what happened then, which I'm sure everything that was happening during the initial shoot, I mean, obviously you're not part of like the conversations. I'm sure maybe, I don't know what you saw when, talking to Zach and just hearing things I've heard, like, he essentially was being fed stuff to like change throughout the shoot, and then there was like stuff where it's like, okay, we're going to shoot this line that they want that I'm being fed over here from this person. We're going to shoot this like funny little line that maybe Barry's going to say. But then after that, we're going to shoot the line that's in the actual script where you kind of saw a little bit, I'm sure, saw a lot of that.
Yeah, but I mean, you know, to be honest, that's a pretty normal process these days. You know, there's many masters that you serve, and there's no different for anyone. If you have a studio behind you, or if you're, you know, there's always someone who's got other ideas, or, you know, and so it happens a lot, I think, on a lot of the shows I've done, that, you know, you shoot one version which someone likes, and then you shoot the other version that you like, or, you know, so that's pretty normal.
Do you ever just like laugh at some of the stuff that was being fed, you know, to him? Like, oh yeah, we're gonna have him say this line, and did you guys just kind of go like, well, that's kind of dumb, or anything like that? Did you ever just go, what, really? They want to put that in there, that kind of line, or you just?
I'm sure that happened. I couldn't like think of anything particular, but I'm sure, you know, you always, you know the script, you know the story, and obviously if there's something else coming in that's not expected, or then you would, you know, have a certain reaction.
Yeah. And then there's a certain shot that we're going to see that I'm very excited for, and I wanted to ask you, like, when Zach came up with this concept, because he put it in storyboard, and he posted it on his Vero, and this right here, that he says a little BTS of how I shot the mother box scene in Wayne Aerospace hangar. I wanted a constant moving camera, so came up with an 8-camera beam splitter rig. Just cool technical part of the job. Now, when he approached you about this, did you go, "Are you fucking crazy"? Because that looks elaborate.
Something that we talked about that scene a lot, and how we can shoot that scene, and what we can do to make that work. And, you know, we have both shot numerous scenes in our lives that involved a 360 dolly track around a table with characters talking, and there's tons of different ways of shooting it. And we just talked about it and talked about the downfalls of what we've had experienced, and basically just went further and further and talked about what we could do to change that, and all of that. And that's how this came about.
That's cool. I mean, I remember, I think in a recent interview, he said that the shot is really quick, you know, that you just kind of just see it and then it's done with. But I guess it's like one of his favorite shots. And, you know, I mean, that's the one thing about movies is, you know, you could spend all this time trying to establish this one shot, and then it's going to be just like an instant. You'll see it if you don't blink, or if you blink, you won't see it. But it's got to be kind of cool.
It's more of a technical thing. I haven't seen the finished shot yet, so
okay.
You know, it's probably not even, if you didn't know about it, you wouldn't even know, I guess.
Yeah, it's one of those things. But I love the fact that he's utilized his Vero in the past 3 years to kind of just show like a lot of things, especially something like that. So now when we get to watch it next month, we can actually pinpoint that shot. And because I'm looking for, I always like I said, when I was doing little short films, I wanted to do, you know, that one shot just to do something like a little crazy, you know, trying to place the camera where it's never been placed before, seeing angles of characters that you haven't seen before. I'm glad that now that we know about all that and what went behind the scenes of like establishing that shot, now I could watch it. Everybody could watch it and be like, hey, that's the shot that he was talking about. Yeah, it's quick, but look at how beautiful that fucking shot is. And hopefully it stands out like a lot throughout the movie, you know? So, I actually wanted to, what was I going to, something about that shot. No. So when the trailer came out, both trailers, the Hallelujah trailer that came out during DC Fandom, and then of course the trailer recently, is there anything that sticks out in any of the shots in those trailers that were like, you were like, oh yes, look at that shot that turned out, look at how beautiful that shot is? There any specific shot in any of those trailers that you saw that you absolutely love the most, or is it all just beautiful?
Not particular. I mean, I'm just super happy that the film is going to happen the way that we've always shot it and the way we always planned it, you know?
Yeah.
So, I mean, I know all the shots that we shot, and obviously, you know, I know everything that we shot, so. All
right, just go ahead and say everything. Just kidding.
It's nice to see it the way, you know, we intended it to be seen, the way we intended it to be color graded, the way, you know, Zach intended it to be edited, you know. So
because you saw the theatrical, and I'm sure you were like it had to be just a gut punch. I mean, it was a gut punch for fans, but just for someone that worked on it, and then of course it's someone that was, you know, that has a name attached to it too. It's like it had to just be one of those like, oh man, really? I mean, this giant opportunity, and look what they did to this thing.
Well, yes, of course. You know, it was disappointing because I had spent a lot of time with Zach. I knew the film that he wanted to make. I knew the film that we had shot, and obviously the film that I saw was not that film. So that was disappointing. But then you always think about what, for me, it was always more about what happened and why this actually happened. And there's obviously a much darker and sadder story behind the whole thing. And so, at the time, I couldn't really think that much about the movie. I was thinking more about, I hope Zach's okay, because his family went through a huge tragedy, and that's the reason why this happened. So, to me, it was about the movie, and it was about, that.
Yeah, I mean, when all that happened, and then of course when there was talk of the reshoots, when Zach stepped away, and then of course we found out the reason why. I mean, it was his fans felt for him, and we still, I mean, everything that's happened with this fandom and the AFSP, all the money that's been raised, it's been pretty fantastic, this journey, and hopefully it continues on. But I mean, when you heard
happened before, nothing like this has ever happened before, and I think it's something.
It is pretty
absolutely astonishing, I think.
I mean, going back to when you said when you studied film history, this is going to be part of film history because of everything that's nothing. We hear about director's cuts all the time. I mean, how many fucking versions of Blade Runner are there out there that we've seen? And everybody could be like, what's the definitive cut? But when it comes to this, I mean, this is a whole different beast. I mean, not just only like, oh yeah, he's finally getting his movie, but I mean, everything behind it, like fans rallying together and not just like trying to get a movie out, but also raising all this money, creating awareness, especially now with the pandemic and everybody's locked in their homes. And one thing that doesn't get mentioned enough in the media is the fact that suicide rates are up, like depression, like people that are locked in their homes and stuff like that. So this fandom is creating awareness for that and hopefully helping a lot of people out with what's happening right now. So it's truly magical.
Absolutely. Yeah. It's amazing. It's amazing what they've done. And it's amazing how it's happened. I would have never expected this 3 years ago. So, I guess it just shows how much the fans love Zach and his movies, and, and that's pretty amazing.
Yeah, it's very amazing. So you said you didn't see like the original cut of the movie, like I guess this definitive 2:14 cut, as a lot of people call it. You never saw, like, he never showed you that? Because I remember him talking. He said he has showed some cast and crew members, but you never saw like his unfinished like 214-minute cut.
I saw a lot of it, but I never saw the whole film because I was in LA. We were doing some color grading on the first 3 trailers.
Oh, okay.
And so he showed me a lot of stuff then, but I had never seen it as a movie, as a one piece, basically.
Yeah, one piece. So like when you started hearing about the reshoots, like you weren't part of. Were you part of those reshoots? You weren't, right?
No, I was doing Overlord at the same time.
That's right. There it is. Yeah, because that was around that time, like 2017. Yeah. So 2016, yeah, okay. So, but when you heard about all that, and because when you talk about those 3 original trailers that came out, I guess like the 3rd trailer, that's when it kind of started dipping into like, oh wait, there's this Russian family there all of a sudden now. Did you kind of go? So, did you kind of start scratching your head like, what's going on with this movie now? This is starting to look a little different.
The first 3 trailers were all of the stuff that we had shot. I'm pretty sure that the first 3 that we had shot was.
Okay.
That was all the stuff that we had originally shot, and then after that became
Yeah, I think there was like one last trailer that came out that started showing this like that Russian family that was part of the reshoots and stuff. But yeah, I mean, when you watch those first trailers, I mean, and then watch the theatrical, I mean, yeah, it's a noticeable difference. And now when you watch the newest trailers, now you're like, I love the fact anytime a new trailer comes out, I always love diving down to trailer reactions. You know, I do trailer reactions, and there's just a bunch of trailer reaction videos. And like the common thing that I keep on seeing is like people go, "This is a whole different movie, man. It's a whole different fucking movie." It's like, yes, that's what we've been trying to tell you. It's not gonna forget what you saw back in 2017. I even tell friends that haven't seen it, I'm like, don't even bother with that. You got something, a 4-hour plus saga that's going to be coming out in March. And man,
well, let's just pretend that 2017 didn't happen.
Exactly.
We just finished shooting the movie last year, and Zach spent the last year editing the film. And
that's exactly what happened. See, you heard it here. That's the way I'll edit it. We'll just put it like that, where you say, "Yeah, just forget it happened. Never happened." No, but so when the additional photography happened, I know you weren't a part of that. Were you off doing other things? Is that why one of the reasons you were not a part of the additional photography that happened at the end of last year?
Well, that was more to do. He was only shooting for 2 days, and obviously Zach's in LA. I'm based in the UK right now, so and with COVID times, that wasn't the time to travel. First of all, we couldn't travel with being in the UK, and to be honest, I also wouldn't have wanted to travel. I have quite a lot of respect for this virus. In fact, one of my gaffers, who I've worked with for 10 years, has been very unwell for the past couple of weeks. He's been in an induced coma for 10 days because of this virus. So, it's not something that I wanted to do and go away from my family. It's not worth the risk. So unfortunately, obviously, I would have loved to have done it in normal times, and I would have done it in other times. But special occasion with what's going on, it just wasn't possible.
Yeah. I mean, especially you don't want to risk it was only a 2-day shoot, huh? It wasn't. I remember hearing it was like a week, but it was just a 2-day shoot. That's great. I mean, I know it's supposed to be a specific scene that's going to be about 5 to 6 minutes. And I mean, obviously, and it's funny too, because when you watch the last trailer and you see that specific scene with Jared Leto's Joker. I mean, that's another thing that's like people are just like, holy shit, look what he added. And man, I mean, what were your thoughts when you saw, oh man, he's gonna bring in Jared Leto's Joker into this crazy 4-hour epicness right here? I'm sure you're pretty excited to see that.
Well, he told me about that, so I knew that would happen.
What else did he tell you? Come on.
It was a surprise.
Yeah. I know it's pretty crazy. Like, I mean, because when he first came on my show, like he talked specifically about, and even like talking to him on the phone, he talked about how it was just an idea that he always had for like the past 3 years, and then he was wondering, should he do it? And then he decided to just throw it out there to Leto and everybody, and it stuck and it worked. And now people are so even more hyped than they were before, just because of what he did. And I mean, that's truly exciting, especially for people who wanted to see it continue. Everybody who's a fan of Zach's wants the Snyderverse to continue on. And I know initially shooting with you probably know you probably saw a big giant whiteboard of outline stuff that was supposed to be happening, because he was supposed to do sequels. And my question is, do you have the picture of the whiteboard, and can you show it to me right now?
Just right behind me there. I think it's just out of shot somewhere there.
Oh yeah, it's somewhere behind you in the dark. I can't see it. I'm going to brighten up the screen right here. Damn it.
He did tell me. In my first interview, actually, he did tell me all about the second movie.
Yeah,
and it's one of the things that makes Zach so amazing. He had this plan, and he knew what he wanted to do from the beginning. And I always thought that was very impressive.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's the thing, is like when it comes to Zack Snyder, and one of the things that I've always said about him is just like, even when it comes to something, part of the story, like either if it's a character that's only on the screen for about 3.5 seconds or something like that, like he'll have an entire backstory for that certain character. Like, so, and I remember during all this, when we're trying to get all this out and everything, that when it came to, I heard that, like, yeah, he basically mapped out what he wanted to do and how he wanted to continue. And I guess it kept going back and forth with the studio, whether they should cram it all into one movie. Should it be 2 parts? Should it be 3 parts? I'm sure you were part of the discussions of that. But it must have been pretty awesome just to hear like his entire, like,
as a DP, you're generally not part of those kind of discussions.
Oh, you're not part of those? But he still kind of told you about them and stuff?
Yeah, no, I mean, you talk about it with, the director afterwards, but it's not something that I would sit in the meeting with.
They should. You need to have, cinematographers need to have more input. No, just kidding. No, but when it comes to like DC characters, I mean, were you, when you took the project, were you familiar? Are you like a big, like a comic book guy? And if you are, like, is there certain characters that stand out for you?
I've never been a big comic book guy, but obviously I'm a guy and I love comic books, and so I've always enjoyed comic books all my life. I've always been, Batman has always been my favorite.
Of course, right there.
Superhero. I actually, I love the Tim Burton.
Yeah.
With Michael Keaton. Batman's always been sort of my favorite character, but I love shooting, I love filming, I love creating and working in different genres and creating different kind of universes. And so, it's an opportunity that you just can't,
so when you
jump into work with someone like Zach,
Yeah. So when like say being a Batman fan, seeing Ben, like, this big, huge, massive brick shithouse of a dude, like in that bat suit. I mean, pretty much seeing everybody in their costumes must have been pretty awesome. But I mean, seeing Ben and filming Ben, and then of course, there was always talks about Ben doing his own movie. I mean, I don't know if you were part of any like discussions about any of that, but I mean, just seeing him in that costume must have been pretty awesome and pretty surreal too. Seeing all of them.
I mean, I'm a 40-year-old guy. So I'm not going to be like, hey, that's Batman over there.
Take a picture, take a selfie with me. I know.
It's it's great, but it's my 7-year-old godson. He probably will never forget that moment in his entire life, meeting Batman.
Yeah.
He actually loved Superman.
Oh, did he? He met Cavill too, huh? That's pretty awesome. Yeah, I mean, and speaking of Cavill, I mean, one of the things that I remember I was like, that was told to me a little while ago, and then of course Snyder talked about it too, because one of the requests from the studio was, when it came to Superman's costume, was the fact that Snyder wanted the black and silver costume. That's his Superman was supposed to be coming back like that. But of course, the studio was like, no, he's got to be, we got to see the blue tights. We got to see the blue tights. But he decided to shoot it in such a way where you could just easily color grade. And a lot of people were like, oh, they just did the visual effects. I'm like, no, it's all about just adjusting the color. They shot it in a way. So that process, that must have been some interesting conversations. And I mean, was it pretty easy just to do it like that way, where you're like, oh yeah, we could just adjust this real easily in post?
Very easy. We did a few tests and that was it, and that worked really well, and so that was not a problem at all.
I mean, it's amazing how flawless it looks too. Like, I mean, a lot of people just seem to think that Cavill was actually wearing that black and silver suit, and I'm like, no, you will not see a behind the scenes. I mean, I'm sure it was created. It was like Wilkinson probably had it in his trailer somewhere. I'm sure it was made, and there was definitely some concept art for it. But I mean, yeah, but you never see like any of the behind the scenes footage that we see. You never see Cavill like wearing that. It's always the blue suit. And yeah, you guys did a phenomenal. I mean, when we see that shot in the newest trailer where he's just wearing it, I mean, everybody cheers for that too when you watch these reactions. And I mean, just absolutely fantastic. But
the black suit is a cool suit.
Oh my God, it's so. I mean, I mean, I get why they want the blue suit, because that's the way you recognize Superman. But I mean, when it comes to the story and what it represents, in Snyder's eyes, and it makes sense, the rebirth and that he's going to work his way back to that blue suit. But I mean that the black and silver suit just, I mean, it pops, man. I mean, it's so gorgeous looking, and I when people are like complaining about it, and I'm like, what? I mean, it's something different. And look at that thing. I mean, come on now. But you know how people are. But I was gonna bring in that fan question. This is from Tony, who is a photographer and an artist. And I mean, anytime he submits a question, I always look how gorgeous his framing is. I mean, he definitely shows his chops right here. So I'm gonna go ahead and play it for you right now.
Great. Hey Fabian, how you doing, mate? My name's Tony. I'm a photographer and a painter from Sydney, Australia. I just wanted to say what a huge fan of yours that I am. I followed your work for years. I'm sure you probably get told this all the time, but mate, you have fans all over the world that are just in awe of the work that you do and the effort that you put in. So we all really appreciate it and can't wait to see the work that you put in on this project on the 18th. I mean, I hope it's on the 18th. Here in Australia, it's still pending. So, mate, I just had a quick question in terms of what comes next. Obviously, this film was shot maybe 5 years ago. And if you were to get the chance to do Justice League 2, 3, whatever else comes after that, obviously you've evolved as a cinematographer. Is there any other stylistic things that you hope to bring to the next project in terms of technologies, cameras, or styles, or specific kinds of shots that you'd like to pull off? Obviously, you know, there's the new ILM LED kind of technology with LED panels and Unreal Engine environments and shooting with a reflective light, so no more green screens. Is that something you guys are probably looking to utilize or kind of integrate within your kind of workflows? Or, you know, if you could talk about any of that kind of geeky stuff, mate, I love it. So yeah, thank you for your work, mate, and all the best.
God, those drawings that he has behind of Batman and Superman, that's him just willy-nilly just drew it. Great, guy's crazy talented. But yeah, that's a good question right there. I mean, I know with the Mandalorian, they started using those screens as opposed to green screens. Have you worked with any of that yet?
Well, Tony, thank you, first of all, for those very nice words. That means a lot, and I really appreciate that. And yes, amazing artwork that I could see in the back there, so well done on those. Yeah, so quite a few questions there. Let's see whether I can remember all of them. What's next?
What's next? Yeah.
I have no idea. I am prepping for something, but I can't say what it is right now.
Okay, I won't read it because like IMDb has something there, but I won't. I mean, if you don't want me to say the title, I won't say the title.
Oh, you can say the title. What is it?
It says Monster Butler.
Oh no, that's something else.
Oh, okay. All right.
That's a really cool script. That's actually a really cool script that I've been working with, Malcolm McDowell for a few years. That hasn't happened yet.
David Blair directing. Yeah.
We'll do something else.
Okay.
So yeah, I can't talk about that. But you know, it's tough. I mean, you know, I've hopefully evolved as a cinematographer, but then, you know, the last 4 years since I've done Justice League have also been, you know, I haven't done that much because I did season 8 of Game of Thrones after that, and then I did The Crown, and then that was it. I haven't really done anything since then because of my mom not being well, and then obviously Corona and COVID happening, so I haven't really done anything for the past year. So we'll see what happens next. Yes, I've got, you know, I love, like I said earlier, I love shooting, I love filming, I love being on set. So I hope there's lots more interesting stuff to come that I understand.
What was funny though is like on your Instagram, you posted like that you were on set and there was like, you know, blue screens and everything like that. Everybody started freaking out, like oh my God, this has to do with Justice League. I mean, you actually, like, when it came to the fandom, everybody started freaking out that it was like, oh, it's happening. So you could have.
And it was happening.
Yeah, it was.
Pictures were a different movie.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, it wasn't. I remember when I did a show and talked about it, I was like, guys, relax. I mean, yes, he's doing something. Fabian's doing something. He's working. It's great. We're happy for him, but it's not quite this. So freak out a little bit later because yeah, it is happening, but it's not the same thing. Were you working on like some kind of commercial or music video when you posted that or something like that?
That was the pickups for a movie that I also probably can't mention yet.
See, there you go, more secretive stuff. Just take a shot, and then we'll start talking about. No, but then also we talked about that technology, that LED technology. Like I said, that was mainly mentioned with the Mandalorian, that they use the background as opposed to green screens. And have you used any of that yet, or been on set?
Testing it, and I'll be using it for this current project that I'm prepping on for now. It's you know, I've always said in the last 6-7 years that technology is going to catch us up very soon, and the way of working is going to change. I did think it was going to happen soon. I didn't think personally it would happen that soon. And the people I spoke to and told my opinion about this, they all said to me, "You're crazy. That's not going to happen for ages." It's happened a lot faster than that, and it's happened a lot faster than even I was thinking. I thought it was probably going to be in a few years' time, but because of obviously COVID, it's been sped up even faster, you know. And so that's why we're here now shooting things like The Mandalorian in the volume. It's a very interesting technology. I've been doing tests. You know, it offers up amazing things, opportunities. It also takes away from things that we know, and you know, so it's as everything, you know, it's a new technology, and it will take a lot of experimenting and learning and practicing and improving to really make it into something. But it definitely has a place in the future. I mean, you know, this job that I'm prepping right now, we would have a lot of extras normally, but we can't have that right now because you're not allowed to have more than 50 or whatever people. So, you know, you have to look at other ways of shooting things to stay in a safe environment. So
see, I'm trying to figure out like what are you shooting right now? A lot of extras. I'm like trying to bring my best detective skills out, and of course it's not working. But you know, that's cool. Like when it was talked about how the Mandalorian used that technology, I thought, well, that's interesting because when you're shooting on an entire set of just like green screens, I mean, you basically have to just visualize like what's going to be happening here. And so when you're placing the camera, you're like, oh yeah, but in the background, you're going to see a city that's like destruction, like in the background. And I'm sure that, you know, that could be somewhat difficult, but but then maybe you just get used to it. And now you got to evolve into like, hey, you can actually see what's in the background now and see all this craziness. And that's got to be, I guess you got to evolve and kind of, you know, adjust yourself from how you used to do things now that you see what's behind there, not just in post-production. That's got to be some quite an adjustment right there.
Well, I mean, you know, it's good, you know.
Yeah.
Changes, evolving is good. Otherwise, it's just boring. So it's you know, it's part of we're in a time where if you don't adjust, so if you don't keep up, you're going to be left behind. So
exactly. And then even going to like another question I had for you, because I've been asking pretty much anybody who comes on here the question of how now that with COVID and everything and the movie theaters, which I'm like, I'm surprised I haven't seen a movie since Tenet in the movie theater. And I had to drive like an hour and a half south to San Diego just to go see a fucking movie. It was craziness. And I have a movie theater that's literally like 1.7 miles away from here. And I used to go every week, and it sucks. I'm just clamoring for it to go back in the movie theater. But now that we have like all these streaming services, you got HBO Max that's doing the dual release this year. I mean, you know, speaking of like evolving and how the industry, everything is right now, how do you feel about the fact that they're releasing movies in the movie theater at the same time on a streaming service?
Well, I mean, look, I got into this industry because I love films, and I used to love going to the cinema. And I think the cinema is a place that I hope is never going to die. But I think it's just unfortunately the way this world is going that it's going to shift, right? And it has shifted. So people like to be more lazy and stay at home and sit on their couch and watch movies on Netflix. You know, hopefully there's enough people in the world who still love going to the cinema. So films can survive there too, but certainly it won't be a gathering point, I guess, ever again as it used to be.
Yeah, I mean, sadly,
there's nothing we can do. We can't cry about it. We just have to try and find a way to make the cinema still being able to happen, and people can still go to the cinema, and the other people who want to stay at home stay at home.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty much what when HBO Max and Warner Media decided to do that. I mean, it just seemed like that was the only option. It's like, okay, if you want to stay home, stay home. You can watch it the day of at the comfort of your home. That's fine. But if you want to go out to the cinema and watch it and have that experience of like, disconnecting and, like you said, just losing yourself in a movie. But at the same time, this was going to happen anyways. I mean, streaming was always going to be a thing. And like you said, it just came quicker than we thought. I thought the whole streaming thing where you'd see like new releases at your home, I thought that was 5 or 6 years down the road. But now here we are. I watched Wonder Woman and the little things the day it opened. So, yeah, I mean, it's pretty crazy what's going on there, how that's all happening.
There's a chicken in my office.
I was about to say, I was like, what is that noise? You have a dog? What's you got a chicken?
That's actually one of our chickens.
Okay, so you have a chicken farm or what?
No, we have a few chickens, but she was a cold, so she came here.
Oh, yeah, there you go, guys. You heard it here first. Fabian Wagner and his chicken right there, coming to HBO Max this May. Fabian and his chicken. That's cool though. I mean, I think if I ever get to a point, I would love to have a couple of chickens too, because I'm sure you got the eggs, you got obviously unlimited. I don't know how. Yeah, that's awesome right there though. I've always anytime I hear that people have like their own little kind of like mini chicken farm or something like that, I'm like, that's cool.
That's awesome. Good. Chickens are good.
Yeah, but but then of course he interrupts interviews. How dare he? Does he have a name?
That's Rosie.
Rosie, there you go. Okay, so there you go. Well, all right then. I think we're gonna go ahead and wrap this interview up, Fabian. This has been a lot of fun, and I appreciate you showing up and talking to me right now. Maybe we'll talk soon in the future. Maybe after all this, when you got something, when you can actually talk about your future project, because I know, yeah. When you can actually talk about them, come back here and we'll have a chat. And I think another question one of the other questions about that Tony had was the fact that you about doing Justice League 2 or 3. And I think that's obvious. I think if Zack said, hey, we're going to be doing 2 and 3 or whatever the heck anymore, you'd be fully down to do it.
Call from Zack again, I will be there.
Exactly. I mean, Zack Snyder calls you, you answer, and you just go, yes, Zack, yes, let's do this. And because like I said, the excitement levels and everything that he has, it's great. But thank you, Fabian, for showing up today. And I hope you have a good day, and I hope everything else, future projects, everything with the family and all that stuff, I hope everything goes well. And yeah. I appreciate it, man.
You too. Stay safe, and we'll see you again at some point.
Yeah, for sure. All right, guys, going back to the original show now. Well, I'll see you over there. Then there you go, guys. There is Fabian Wagner right there. I am back. All right. Remove. Okay. Hope you guys enjoyed that. You guys enjoy that a little bit? A little bit of Fabian Wagner right there, and his his cameo of his chicken Rosie right at the end there. I thought that was pretty funny. It was like all of a sudden I kept hearing this noise, and I'm like, is that a child or is that a dog? And then he's just like, hey, he's got a chicken named Rosie. So that was pretty good. So thank you, man. Thank you guys. Thank you guys for watching that and everything. I thought that, yeah, it was great talking with him and just, of course, talking about Zack Snyder's Justice League, but I wanted to get to know him a little bit more. And, I'm kind of curious though, when he was kind of reluctant on talking about his project that he's working on, because IMDb shows a project in pre-production, which he was okay to talk about, but he's doing something else. I kind of wonder, like, what exactly is he working on? Is it maybe the Game of Thrones prequel or whatever spinoff that HBO Max is supposed to be doing? It could be that. Maybe it's something that has to do with Star Wars. I don't know. I just know like there's certain things that he couldn't speak of. And I was kind of interested about that. I was like, what is he talking about? And then of course, the fact that he knows things for Justice League 2 and 3 or 2. I don't know, whatever you want to call it, 2, 3 or 2, where he knows about he knows what's going on in Justice League sequel territory. He's talked to Zach. He's spoken to him about stuff like what's supposed to be happening in a lot of that. So I mean, like, yeah, I mean, of course he can't speak of it, but it, it's very interesting. You're saying that Los Pollos Hermanos. Yeah, it's all about Rosie the chicken. I thought that was a perfect little ending of that interview right there. I thought that was great. I was like, oh yeah, goes a chicken interrupting the live stream, saying, "Hey, it's time to wrap it up. Time to wrap it up there, Fabian. You got to wrap it up. Your chicken is yelling at you." But yeah, I really enjoyed talking to him. Interesting dude. Yeah, I know. Like, he's a quiet dude. I know somebody was like, yeah, trying to get him to like engage a little more, but not everybody's going to be full on energetic. You get it, but I thought it was still a very good conversation. So, all right, let's start pulling in the panel here and everything. So let's see. All right. God, I got too many tabs open as per usual. Did I? No, I didn't. Okay, there we go. All right. Oh, hey, look at that. Jason McKenzie. Thank you, sir. Pirate ship. Yes. Helping out the pirate ship as per usual. Cheers, sir. Appreciate it. And yes, I did cook dinner and ate dinner during that whole time. It was just a simple bacon and eggs. I like to have breakfast for dinner. And I was like, bacon and eggs. That's what I had. So cheers. All right. Is Mama Film Junkie here? Oh, there she is. There she is. And perfect timing because we got Scott McClellan coming in here. What is up, sir? There you go. How you doing, bud?
I'm doing okay. I am trolling hard because I am drinking a beer literally called Cold Snap. So I had to. Yeah. I saw it at the grocery store and I was like, yes.
That's what's needed right now because, man, there is some craziness. Mr. Freeze is going buck wild in like the middle of our country here and just kind of going, hey, everybody, chill.
Tonight, we freeze.
Yeah. What killed the dinosaurs? The Ice Age. Yes.
Oh, God.
Oh, God. We could just go all night and just, you guys just want to, hey, the rest of the vodka stream is just Scott and I, doing
cold puns.
Yes, just doing a bunch of Mr. Freeze puns from Batman vs. Superman, or not Batman vs. Superman, Batman and Robin.
Oh, the fact that we can quote that many is what's sad. That's what's
so fun about it. I mean, you know what? I mean, you could just it's almost a guilty pleasure at this point. If you watch that movie and you get all those puns and you just laugh. I mean, I almost want to know like what was the direction there? Did Schwarzenegger come up with some of those puns? Were some of them like off the cuff? Were they pre-written? I always want to know what exactly was going on.
They come across like they've got a bit like I believe those were in the script. I really do.
Yeah.
Like
how many puns can we fit in here?
I know. And it was so funny. I was sitting here watching Fabian, the interview with Fabian. My arm started to get sore. I got my first vaccine shot today.
Oh, there you go.
And so all of a sudden my arm was like, there it is. There it is. Ow.
Jeez. Well, that's good. Hey, you're becoming superhuman. Hopefully you don't turn into a zombie.
I will. I am not going to lie. My wardrobe choice for today was completely inspired by the fact that I'm getting the vaccine. I'm going to wear black suit Superman today. Absolutely.
Nice.
Because I'll tell you something that's not coming back from the dead. My wallet right now.
Oh yeah, because of all the stuff. But you know what's crazy is like a lot of those shirts disappeared. What happened?
Yes, they did. And I'm sitting here. I am completely. You and I are simpatico. I'm like, some intern hit the button, Because I mean, let's be honest, they've been dropping all the previous shirts like middle of the day on Mondays. Who drops that much merch like 6 o'clock on a Friday night? Like
Seriously,
somebody dialed the button.
Yeah, there was a ton of stuff. I was scrolling through going, oh my God, they got all the individual shirts and like every one of them has like a Justice League style like emblem on the chest. And I'm like, holy shit, look at this. And then they got their individual ones too. And I'm like, which one do I get? I don't know. I already have my own personal Flash shirt, so maybe I'll get the Silver Flash shirt. Look at the Batman one. And I'm like, oh man, I was really like, I loved like just the individual just logo shirts like that.
Well, I bet you they're going to come back.
Oh,
I bet you tonight was not the night. Someone goofed. Tonight was the night of, I'm going to be honest with you. And I actually was just recording a interview with Cape Cast that's going to drop tomorrow. Great guys. And we were talking about this, but I'm going to be honest. Jim Lee had me nervous there for a second. Jimmy went radio silent for a little bit, and I got a little scared, and then all of a sudden, in like 10-minute period, he retweets Zach's worldwide tweet from this morning. I'm seeing, thanks to you, Dave, you were the first one who alerted me to the variant covers of Justice League 59, and then I went down the rabbit hole of where I literally bought three. I bought a copy of each from 3 different locations because I was just like, here, eBay. Oh, it's at Midtown. Oh, it's at Things from Another World. I just bought all. I have 3 copies of all 3 coming my way come next month.
So good.
I know. Problem.
I know. I mean, it's hard not to have a problem with all the stuff that's coming. I mean, like, there's times where I'm like, okay, no, I can't get that shirt. I'm gonna wait for the next one, and but then at the same time, I'm like, but I want it. But
I'm a grown individual. I can buy what I want.
I know that's the problem, and then I just start going, but you know. There's just so much. I mean, I got so many T-shirts right now, and I'm just like, so I'm like, that's why I like pick and choose. I'm like, but this one's so pretty. I mean, and then when it came to like the Ink to the People stuff that came out, I'm like, all right. When I saw the mug, I'm like, I'm going for the mug.
Oh, I got the mug. The mug was like done. The mug was done. I did get the giant canvas tote. I don't know why I need it, but I got it. The one thing that got me was that, you know, they did the giveaway the other day and they haven't put up the baseball cap or the tumbler that they talked about. And I've just been like refreshing every day going, you there yet?
Yeah.
You there? Because that tumbler is going to be mine. And I've been wanting a baseball cap for years because I live in Alabama. I don't live in beanie weather. I live in ball cap weather.
That's right, huh? But you got in some, I saw your videos though. You got some pretty good snowfall, huh?
I decent, you know.
Yeah.
It was enough for the kids to go out and throw some snowballs and do some snow angels, but it was all melted by like 1 in the afternoon. Like literally all those videos, all those pictures, and by 1, 2 in the afternoon, that was all gone, like it never existed.
I remember when I lived in Alabama for a bit. I remember one morning, I just remember waking up and then I looked out my window because right behind our house was like a hill and just like a very small, I wouldn't even consider it a forest. It was just, you know, there was probably about 20 something trees that were back there, you know, just on top of this hill. And I remember just waking up and just seeing pure white, like just, it was just like almost blinding. And I remember just freaking out, and it was funny as hell because like, I don't even remember if I even ate breakfast. Probably did. My mom probably, hi mom. She probably like made us eat breakfast first. And then me and my brother just went out and just like ran up that hill. We had, of course, that little disc, you know, sled thing. And then like my best friend who lived down the street, all of a sudden he's like, it's almost like he sensed it. He's running up the hill with his sled going, hey guys. And we're like, and we just had a good old time until about 3 o'clock where everything started getting slushy and melty, you know, so.
Yeah. Yeah. So, and then after the news about the Constantine show on HBO Max, I just had to bust out the Zatanna glass tonight because, let's see if I can get a good shot of her because this is the bombshell design.
I was about to say that's that is the bombshell
with Constantine as a rabbit.
Perfect. Perfect. I know. What about that? I mean, it is interesting that, we heard that Abrams wants to do Justice League Dark. Cool. But we haven't heard any updates. We heard that there was supposed to be Keanu Reeves coming back as Constantine in some version. We haven't heard anything about that. And now we get this, Variety goes, hey, Constantine show is in development, early development. It's like, okay, cool. Is this going to just fall? Oh, it's just going to slip away, fade away like some of the other stuff? Or when it comes to like, I seriously am thinking about doing a segment on my channel about development movies that just never came to fruition,
Oh, and I will tell you, they're all still listed on our show notes for DC Film Squadcast. We never delete them from our show notes. It's basically this giant log of every movie that has been announced in development in the last 5 years. And I sometimes just go through the list and go, oh yeah, I remember when that was a thing.
Ah. I mean, it's crazy. Like, there's so many things. I mean, I'm sure JJ, now that he's over there, I mean, when we heard that he got paid a shit ton, Bad Robot got paid a shit ton to come over to Warner Media, I'm sure there's a lot of things that are, cooking in that kitchen for sure. But it just seems like, when it comes to JJ, it's like, how secretive he is. He doesn't want to like reveal too much. And then all of a sudden it's just going to come to a point where it's like, hey, look at this, look at that, look at this. And we're all just going to be like, oh my God. Oh my God. This is what we've been waiting for, JJ. Thank you. I hope that comes soon. I mean, maybe after, I know Zack Snyder's Justice League is what's coming. It's what's hyped up right now. But after that, obviously, Zach is going to do another movie in May.
Yeah, he's going to go do Horse Latitudes, which I'm going going to super ready to like just go like, ooh, yeah. like the indie film part of my brain is going to click in and go. Ooh.
Yes, exactly. And of course, he still has Army of the Dead, which is coming out. But I'm sure he's just like, he even said it himself, like he's so excited to just do this small movie where he could literally be close to like the actors. He's not in this huge sound stage that has a bunch of green screens and blue screens everywhere. And he even said, it's like, if I see another green screen, I'm going to go crazy. It's like, yes, understandable. So I'm happy he's doing that. But of course, he's still got to promote Army of the Dead. And then, so everything's happening with that now. And I just kind of wonder, like, isn't there like some kind of Warner Media or HBO Max, like investors thing that's supposed to be happening in April or May or something like that?
Well, that would make sense because we'd be in second quarter at that point. So what they would want, so by that point, they would be reporting to the investors how quarter one did.
Oh, okay. So that's right. You're right. Because so I just kind of wonder if like, are they going to start throwing stuff out there like, hey, we got this coming, we got that coming, are they going to do essentially what Disney did when they had their investors thing? I don't know.
They'll do something because it's that measuring contest they all have to do.
Oh yeah.
And besides the slate that's coming out, because by the way, we are going to talk about that Mortal Kombat trailer.
Oh yeah, we're definitely going to talk about that Mortal Kombat trailer.
Yeah. And it's so. And I'm sorry. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and jump on it right now. It is so funny to realize how old I am. Right. That there are people going, I know nothing about Mortal Kombat, or I've never seen the original movie, and I'm literally sitting here going, oh God, I was 13 and saw that thing on opening day back in '95. Oh God.
Oh, I know. Yeah, when people mention that they haven't seen the original, it does in fact make your hip hurt a little bit. You're like, oh my God, I'm like walking now. I need a cane because I'm feeling old right now. Yeah, no, I totally.
Oh God, but that trailer was everything I wanted from a Mortal Kombat trailer. I'm sorry. The money shot is still Sub-Zero stabbing Scorpion with a dagger made out of his own frozen blood.
Again, like this is one of the reasons why I like falling into the reaction rabbit hole. Usually after done, I'd sit on my couch and I start watching the reaction reviews. Everybody freaked out about that. They were like, what? Did he just use his blood? What the hell? Everybody freaks out. And I'm like, I mean, to come up with something like that, and then, I mean, I can only imagine like the writing process. And
well, apparently it's been a move in some of the more
later
recent, in the later games, like that was a move. Which and then for me, that's cool. It's like great. That's what they should do. They should incorporate the actual moves. Like that's parts of what both it made us enjoy the 95 version and frustrated us about the 95 version was like this move was there, but this move wasn't there because it was a PG-13 movie for 90s reasons. And it was like, no, I want the R. I want to see, you know, Sub-Zero like rip Jax's arms off, you know, brutality, you know, it's like, this is what I want.
That's what we all, I mean, like, it's when I think about, and it's funny too, because somebody did a comparison because obviously that first shot of Sub-Zero holding Jax's gun and stopping the bullet. And I was just like, oh my God, that's beautiful. And then somebody compared it to when Sub-Zero like touched Sonya's gun in the original and just froze it and broke it off. I'm like, yeah, that was cool for 95 or 96, whenever that came out. That was cool. But look at that fucking upgrade right there. I mean, just a thing of beauty. My God. Yeah. Oh, so good. I mean, yeah, that trailer was absolutely gorgeous, and we got Mr. Garza coming in. What's up, buddy?
Hey,
how you doing?
Speaking of upgrade,
huh? Yeah, okay, sorry.
Okay, whatever.
Yeah.
Because of that, I'm
idiot.
I'm gonna call my wife. I'll let Garza have his moment.
Yeah, that's funny.
What's up, dude? How you doing?
You know, just living, you know.
Yeah, how's the weather? How's the weather, buddy?
Dude, you know what? It was funny today. I felt like a northerner because you know, the weather was finally, I think it reached 40 today, and I was like, oh my goodness, this is like perfect. You know what I mean? This is like shorts weather is what I was feeling like, because we've been dealing with like, you know, single digit freaking weather.
Yeah. I was wondering if you were even going to join tonight, because I'm like, does he have internet? Does he have power?
Yeah, I heard you. Luckily, so my water's out. That's the only difference.
Really, your water's out?
But the water's out because our
thank you, Steven.
The place that I'm at, it froze. Like the water froze and busted a pipe for them, and so like they turned our water off. So. Wow. That's great. Luckily my sister has water, and so I went over there, showered. And
I know I've seen videos, of course, online of like pipes bursting.
Yeah,
I saw one funny ass TikTok actually that somebody posted where like this girl was like parked in a parking structure. I don't know if you saw this. She parked in a parking structure that literally had no cars. Where she parked, that's where the pipe burst and literally just fucking fell on her car. It was funny as hell. I was laughing my ass off because she's just like, I parked here. Look at it. It's totally empty. Fucking, and she's just dropping F-bomb after F-bomb.
Wow.
And she goes, look where my car is. And it literally just has this, just like Sub-Zero showed up and said, fuck your car. And it's just spilled over. It was hilarious, man. It was hilarious. All right, we also got Mr. Ty showing up today. What's going on, sir?
Look at he's all spiff and span. You know, like he's got his new computer.
I got my Mac today after delays because of the goddamn snow.
Yeah, there it is.
I got a new computer, and like I found out that my internet's not shitty. It was my laptop didn't have enough RAM.
Dude, yep, that's what'll do it, man. I mean,
sometimes
I have little glitches with mine because my Mac is like 6 years old. I've beaten it up, obviously, you know, video after video after video after video. And I constantly this weekend, I had to just completely run, you know, all this stuff, try to clean out all the garbage and everything like that, because it's starting to like
get how much RAM do you have?
Huh?
Oh,
I have 16 on mine. So,
okay.
Yeah. So mine's good. But it's just bogged down because there's just so much abuse,
so much
you know.
Stuff. But yeah, I couldn't do it anymore. Like we had ping pong flicks on the other day, and I had to do it through my phone, bro. It was so bad that I couldn't even put comments on the screen. Like, and I after the stream, I threw my headphones at the wall, and like I was just like, I'm so done. And then like Nicotine is always like calling me out for it. And I had it. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to go hate spend on Amazon. And then I did it. And it was,
Well, you look good, man. It looks
Thanks.
nice and smooth. And yeah, this is going to be your best appearance on the Vodka stream yet. But yeah,
you can hear me and see me at the same time. Who
yeah, no lag. Wow. And there's no delay with us talking to him. Like, dude, it's
nothing.
That was, and like, to be honest, like coming on here is another thing that I used to get mad at, not at you guys, but like at myself. Like, I didn't know what the fuck the issue was, right? Was it, I'm not like a computer whiz like that. Like, I don't know about the specs. But someone mentioned it to me. They're like, bro, it's not your internet, it's your RAM. And I was like, what's RAM?
Yeah.
What is that? Tell me. And they were like, you should get a gaming computer. And I was like, I can't afford that right now. I just had to get my dog surgery.
That's true. That's very true. And hopefully, how's the dog doing? Pretty good?
Oh, he's back to his old self, man. He's trying to, he's got metal rods in his leg and he's trying to run through the snow at full speed. I'm like, settle down. Like, yeah.
Oh, dude, I feel that, dude. I got a metal rod in my leg. So, yeah.
You know, it's funny.
That's right. It's right. Because your accident, right?
My ex fiance, she also had a car accident where they have the dog and her have the metal rods in the same leg in the same spot. It's truly her dog at this point.
That's fucked up.
Guy, hopefully, I don't know if you guys checked out the Fabian interview. Obviously I watched yours, Garza, talking to him. And I was like, okay, I can't ask the same questions. Luckily you guys went heavy on the Game of Thrones, and I'm like, I'm not big on the Game of Thrones, so I'll mention it, but I want to
You haven't even watched it. What are you talking about? So you haven't watched Game of Thrones?
I haven't even watched it. Yeah, I know. I've admitted that many times. I know. My nerd cred gets taken away a little bit when I mention that I have not watched Game of Thrones. There's going to be people canceling me right now in the live chat, but it's okay. I'll get to it, guys. Don't worry. For some reason, when it comes to me, when it comes to medieval dragons, wizards, and stuff, just not my bag. Like, when it comes to sci-fi, I'm all about the cape shit. I'm all about the futuristic alien shit. That's just always been my bag, and never really like your Harry Potters, your Lord of the Rings. It's like, yeah, I'll watch them, but I just never go crazy about them. I'm all about when you see everything, it's just all about the cape shit or the sci-fi shit.
I can tell you, I could tell you specifically, like I'm not big into Lord of the Rings. I saw them once, and you know how long ago it was when they were double VHSs. Okay,
baby.
Yeah, that was like right when they came out, like 2000, 2004 maybe.
Yeah,
right when they all got released. And so believe me, I'm not into that, and I'm not into the whole, even like you said, Harry Potter. I saw that once because the girl I was dating at the time, she was such a big, fan. Yeah. She made me watch all of them, and so we did. And I was like, whatever. But Game of Thrones is I can't explain it because it's not. You don't for the first season, you're not seeing anything. It just sucks you in. You're just like, this is because it's the political aspect that you see. And you see all these characters, and you're going, wait, why am I so intrigued into it? And then all of a sudden, when the dragons do get introduced, you're like, wait, okay, maybe I'll start paying attention because it goes quick.
And that's what I think. That's what I thought Game of Thrones did well, because I didn't read the books, so I was coming at it with I was coming in it with a complete fresh perspective. You know what I mean? Didn't really have too many expectations. First couple episodes, I was like, all right, yeah, this is something I definitely could like. Little hint of magic here, a little hint of magic there.
Yeah,
and then
barely,
just barely, just barely.
Mm-hmm.
And then as soon as she burns with the dragon babies, and you know what I mean? Her one nude scene, fully nude.
Yeah.
Not that the nude thing had anything to do with why I kept watching, but I was like, those are baby dragons. This show's about to be wild. And that kept me going. Yeah.
And I can't imagine watching it from that point where you're like, oh my goodness, what's going to happen next season? Dude.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. That would have been so tough. I'll tell you this, dude, for real, no bullshit. The show itself, I know people give the 7th and 8th season, a hard time, but people forget that the first 6 seasons were created by the same 2 writers. So Like it's not. I don't blame them for having to fill in and like write all these episodes in this amount of time because they weren't planning on doing that. They were like, George, we made an agreement. You remember when we first started doing the show, and you still had to write the wins a winner. Well, we finished our seasons, and you still have to write the wins a winner. So, because they had the source material, it worked.
Yeah,
like
I don't think I ever blame them truly for what happened. Most people did, but they were
because they don't know.
They were creating something from source material, right? So like people were like, oh, they had their template. Like, how did they mess up the finale? What do you mean? How did they mess up the finale? The source material doesn't have an ending yet.
Yeah, George gave him bullet points and said, "Here, this is what's supposed to happen." It's like
try to do with what you can. And then, of course, naturally, but the struggle I think for every show is like, how do you wrap things up to like satisfy people? And it seems like when you look at shows that are iconic, everybody always shits on the series finale. They always shit on like how they wrap things up for some reason. It just never seems to like work out. If you look at like your Seinfelds, your Breaking Bad, people are like, that's how they fucking ended that, and they get all upset, and it's just like, hey, come on.
I feel like people would be better to if they didn't get it to finish their season, it just got canceled. Like that's the only way.
Yeah, I give Mr. Robot. Mr. Robot probably has the best ending of a show that I've ever seen.
I still haven't even gotten into that. I need to get into that.
Oh my
God. So many things on my list right now, man. I tell you what.
For me, the best ending was Breaking Bad.
You liked Breaking Bad's ending.
Oh, I love.
You're talking about El Camino, or are you talking about the ending of the actual show?
I'm talking about the actual final episode of the show because that came out like within weeks or months of Dexter's final episode. And I was like, I was looking at that spectrum going, Breaking Bad, this is how you end a show. Dexter, this is how you don't end a show.
But see, it's just funny because some people did not like how they ended Breaking Bad. And I did. I liked it. I thought, it was what was great about it. I mean, you guys have all seen it, right?
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Really, Garza? Okay, I won't say it then. I'm not going to say.
Yeah.
Garza, you need to watch.
You need to see this show.
Okay, so I need to watch Game of Thrones.
Thrones.
Game of Thorns. Game of Thorns. I need to watch Game of Thorns. That's the porno version. It's a really interesting version. Antenna Thorn porn. No, but I need to. You need to watch Breaking. You would dig Breaking Bad, Garza.
You would dig Breaking Bad so much.
Did you finish Raised by Wolves, dude?
Of course, I did. It took me a little bit. You gave me shit for it, but like I said, we talked about. I loved how it ended because it went like a different direction, and the way that it left the cliffhanger, it was like, oh shit. But I'm telling you, you watch Breaking Bad. I remember like how I got into Breaking Bad was actually pretty interesting because I went up north to visit family up like San Francisco area, and I've heard about Breaking Bad, but I never watched it. And it was like on a Sunday where the Niners played. We had barbecue, drank a lot, so I was pretty hammered, and I was on the couch just kind of like, And they were like, "Hey, well, we're gonna watch Breaking Bad. If you haven't watched it yet, you probably should leave the room." And I'm like, "I'm not gonna move right now," and it was like probably like four or five episodes before the series finale. And I'm watching this episode, not really knowing what's going on, but even watching it, I was like, wow, this seems really good. I should probably get into it. So I binged for like the next 2.5, 3 weeks, just every night, just up till 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning, because every episode like almost ends on a cliffhanger where you're like, well, shit, I got to watch the next one now because I got to see what happens. I mean, it constantly does that. And you wouldn't think that it was like, because the concept's like, cool. Yeah. It's about a chemistry teacher. He's got lung cancer and he wants to, support his family. He knows he's probably going to die. So he gets into making meth in New Mexico. And you're like, how does this going to, and it just, the acting is superb.
It works.
It's superb. You got to watch it, Garza. You got to watch it.
And then you can roll over into the spinoff series Better Call Saul, which is,
we'll have to catch up on that.
Yeah. Oh, that's good on like it's the same but different. So like you enjoy it for completely different reasons.
Yeah. Saul's a great character, but yeah, Breaking Bad. I mean, that's probably my all-time favorite series.
I mean, I liked Breaking Bad, but I like when there's like a mystical aspect to my TV. Like, I don't really like watching something that like could happen
in real life.
Real life, you know.
You like those crime dramas and shit. Yeah.
Yeah, it's being honest.
I
like,
hate that. Yeah.
Just being honest. Like Raised by Wolves, like fire, right? Great show. Can't wait. Game of Thrones, like all that stuff. That's like my wheelhouse.
Yeah.
Just
you like the fiction stuff. You like the fiction.
Yeah.
No, it's no, I'm like that too. But I mean, there's just something about Breaking Bad. It was just, I mean, my God. I mean, you took an actor, Bryan Cranston, who mainly did comedic stuff. You're Malcolm in the Middle. He was a recurring character on Seinfeld. That's where I knew him from.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden he's playing the lead. And I mean, Jesus Christ, he just knocks it out of the park. And then you have Aaron Paul, who was originally not even supposed to last as long as he did. They were like, they just had the character, and then they're no, you know what? We're gonna keep this character, and he, of course, is like throughout the series, and he's phenomenal. And just the dysfunctional relationship between those two characters throughout those 5.5 seasons, I guess you say 5.5, is just it is crazy, the up and down that they go through, those two. I mean, yeah, you just gotta watch it, guys. It's
I will say this though, if what I think they should have done with Mortal Kombat is made it a series. You know what I mean?
Well, there was that Mortal Kombat Legacy series.
I know.
Yeah, remember that?
Yeah, I watched it. Yeah.
Yeah, it was fine, but what disappointed me about it was when that first trailer came out of that Mortal Kombat Legacy with like Michael Jai White, and the way that it was so dark and so gritty, and everybody was freaking out about it. And then when they did the series, it seemed like it kind of stepped away a little bit from that. It wasn't like the same tone I felt as that original trailer, and it was good. I enjoyed it, but it just felt like it wasn't the same as that original trailer. But you're right. This I thought should have been, it should have been a series. Definitely.
Yeah. And Scott, I agree with you, dude. That blood freezing and just getting stabbed. Like, dude, when I saw, so like, and you know, I was born 86, but I still saw this because it was, you know, Mortal Kombat came out when I was 9. So I went to go see it in theaters.
Sorry, and you're backstage. Sorry.
And so I called my brother up and I was like, hey, bro, you got to watch this. And so I showed it to him. And like he's just watching the whole time. And keep in mind, he's 5 years older than me. So this is somebody that I would watch him play video games and stuff. And we'd be playing Mortal Kombat, and he'd pick on me. And then obviously I grew up and I'd kick his ass now. So but like I showed it to him, and his first reaction after he was done, he was like, wow, looks like they're doing it right this time. Well, obviously because of the graphics, I was like, fuck yeah, they are. He's like, yeah, it looks cool, dude. I'm like, fuck yeah, that's all that matters, man.
Look at Scott Hold. I mean, that flick right there will always be near and dear to my heart. I think that's still the best video game adaptation right there, to be honest.
Yeah. The only other one that comes close for me, and it's so funny, but I'm sorry. I really do dig Detective Pikachu. I'm sorry. That was just cute.
Hell yeah.
No, I like it. I like it too.
And it's a video game movie.
Yeah, I didn't realize that. Yeah, it is.
No, Street Fighter was legit, dude. Like,
oh come on,
Hey,
come on, Jean-Claude.
I'm gonna make
dude.
you.
We can all go home. We can all go home. You know what? I'm not going home. Yeah. Sorry. I remember that speech from Jean-Claude.
They ended the fucking movie with the pose, dude. Like that was just, you know what I mean? Like that was just fucking brilliant.
I'm sorry. The best part of the week was watching everyone roast Jezebel for that stupid comment about where Chun-Li was. It's like, oh God. Oh,
I know, it's like, do a little research first, please. But it was just, it was funny. I gave him a little stab too when I did my breakdown, and it was, but they corrected it. But yeah, you know what? The internet's forever. Everybody's screenshots. The title, the headline of that was still there, and it was just like. I mean, just do a little simple Google search. That's all you got to do is Chun-Li. Oh, wait, Street Fighter. That's a whole different thing. It's like, I like where your head's at. Hopefully what this Mortal Kombat does is if everybody freaks out about it, everybody watches it, and it's successful, then somebody's going to be like, all right, let's revisit Street Fighter.
Just Street Fighter. Yeah.
We did it twice before. Didn't work because they had, of course, Street Fighter, which, hey, I didn't mind Raul Julia as Bison. He was
great.
He did what he said.
Wasn't that his last movie before he passed away?
I know he had one more movie after that, but it was like his last big movie.
He was like in the middle of shooting that one because and Bison was, I think, his last.
I thought I heard that there was one other movie that came out right after. Maybe he shot it before Street Fighter. Or I don't know, but I thought there was like one other movie that came out.
One of the Addams Family, wasn't it?
No, it wasn't Addams Family. No, it wasn't that. But one of my favorite parts that's in that movie is when he's trying to like blow up Guile's stealth boat. He literally has the console from the game in the arcade. He's like beating into it. I'm like, come on, that is so meta as hell, but it's so fucking cheesy.
But they were doing it back then when like it wasn't like, it just seemed, it's so cool that they did that. And
oh man,
that will live on, dude, forever.
I'll probably piss a lot of people off, but I never played World of Warcraft. I didn't mind the movie. Like
the movie, I didn't mind the movie either.
Yeah,
I didn't mind the movie at all.
Yeah,
I thought it was pretty decent.
Yeah, me and my little brother went, and he plays the game, so he kind of was like, "Hey, we should go see this movie."
Kind of counts. Sorry.
So he's like, "Oh, let's go see this movie," and I was like, "Oh, World of Warcraft." I kind of dismissed it at first.
World of Warcraft.
I came out of the theater, and the guy, Ragnar is in it from Raised by Wolves. Well, the guy who plays Ragnar.
Oh,
yeah.
He's I forget his name.
The guy?
Charlie Hunnam's brother. He looked like.
Yeah.
He looks like him.
Will it be? Will it be? Yeah.
He played Ragnar in Vikings, and then he was in Raised by Wolves. He's in it as well. And what's his name?
I don't know. I mean,
he has that face in that type where like you cast him in movies that are series like that. It's like, you're a Viking.
Travis.
You're never going to be casting anything that's modern day.
But I thought, you know what I mean? Like I came out of the movie like pleasantly surprised, and then I went to the internet and I realized that they fucking tore it apart. They were like, "No, it sucks."
Somebody just brought up.
We don't have any experience with that whatsoever, do we?
What are you talking about? Somebody just brought up Tekken. I'm surprised there has not been an attempt at Tekken because I never really got into Tekken, but I remember that was like the first, like, oh, look at that. It's like 3D. It's not just like looking at it. And it was like, look at how nobody's really tried to attack.
Because it would turn. It would like, yeah, that was like the first thing. And then like you would be fighting and all of a sudden
you'd positions.
Be on a different plane. Yeah, you'd be on a different plane and angle. So it was like, wait, how am I supposed to do this? And then you'd have the like quick like hit, and then you'd be able to like continue like after they try to get up. It was fun, dude.
And then eventually Mortal Kombat, when it came to Mortal Kombat 4, that's when they embraced that whole kind of like style. And that's where I kind of fell off. I was like, okay, I like it, but I don't know. It's just I always like the the 2D, I guess you could say, just the
side scroll. Yeah.
Yes, and then the actors did the whole thing where they're just doing their thing.
They brought in the god, the bald head. Remember him? Like he was blue. I don't know what his name is. Qui-Gon almost.
Dr. Manhattan.
We're not talking about Shao Kahn or
it was a god. It was
I can't remember. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Like that's whenever I went. And then they tried to bring out a Scorpion. I think it was a Scorpion or Sub-Zero like solo game.
I think they did.
Yeah. So I mean, they could still kind of do that, like seeing that journey, getting into them.
The last game that I played was on the PS3. I got Mortal Kombat 9, which was kind of funny because that was like everyone's lost, then they travel back in time, and basically the plot of Mortal Kombat 9 is taking you like through the entire series again. So it was like it was perfect for someone like me who dropped off after like Mortal Kombat 2 or 3. It was kind of like greatest hits.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. When it came to the first, the original trilogy, I played those religiously. I still remember one. I mean, it's like when I went to the state line, which is the state line for California and Nevada, there's like a little, there's probably about 5 casinos right there.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember I went there with my mom. And of course, she went off gambling. She hands me like $20, go to the arcade. Cool. So I'm doing, playing the arcade. And all of a sudden they're setting up like this console that's like covered and like a big screen. And everybody's like going, what is going on here? Like, what is happening? And I looked up and I peeked on the console and tried to find like, what is this about? And sure enough, I saw the 3 with the Mortal Kombat logo. And I was like, oh my God, there's a 3. And I sat there and watched people play for like 3 hours. I mean, just sat there and watched. The Mortal Kombat was one of those games where you just sat and watched people.
You watch other people play. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Which was funny because last week after I had to get off because I had the baby, you guys were totally ripping into the Wizard. And I'm like, no, I need to get back on the stream. I need to defend the honor of this movie. California. No, I'm sorry. I love
that movie.
I love that movie. It got the Blu-ray from Shout Factory got delivered last year on my birthday. Like that was my birthday present to myself was I'm watching The Wizard. It's
on HBO Max. I was like,
I know it's in the Turner Classic Movies Hub, and I'm like,
that's the one with Chris Savage, right?
Yeah,
with Christian Slater and Beau Bridges.
I totally forgot. Like, wow, there's
forgotten about that movie
in here, man. And just like the power glove. I remember the power glove. Who the fuck had the power glove? I never had the power.
I never had the power glove.
Oh, the robot. You remember the robot that would let you like go through levels?
Yes. Oh, what was it called? Oh, shit.
I forgot the name of it.
There was something that you put like within your cartridge.
You hooked it up to it. Game Genie.
Yes, the Game Genie. Yes.
Yes.
I never had that either. I didn't.
I did. Like if you play Ninja Gaiden, that's a game that needs a movie. Ninja Gaiden. Yes.
Because that game was tough as hell.
Yes. I would be the first and the second one. I couldn't be the third one.
And now you are saying the name Ninja Gaiden, there was an arcade that was like a ninja something that I remembered. It was a fighting game that had ninja in the word or something like that.
Well, there was an arcade version of Ninja Gaiden.
Yeah,
that was different from the.
That could have been it, but I'm
Ninja
just
Scroll and Ninja Gaiden.
I wonder. I'll look it up. But I've been playing Gears of War, and I'm just like, God damn, dude, this game needs a film adaptation, like big time. Yeah. Dude, and Batista needs to be in it. Like I have Batista in the game. You know what I mean? Like,
you know what? Another game that I want a movie of. I want BioShock to be a movie.
That one too.
Isn't that going to be that's the show that they're coming out with, right? Oh no, what is that? That's Amazon. That's that?
Master Chief. What's his name?
Halo.
No.
You're talking about Snake, right? Metal Gear. No.
It's the creators, Jonah Nolan and his wife Joy.
Are they making a BioShock game? Or like a series
on Amazon? Yeah,
I think they are making. I don't know.
It's the post one, the post world, like where it's World War. Oh, Fallout. That's what they're making.
Fallout. Yes. Yeah.
See,
dude, that's gonna be a legit game, dude. Post apocalyptic, literally war. You know what I mean?
When it comes to like video game adaptation, I'm like, I want them to do a proper Max Payne because I loved. I don't know if you guys played Max Payne.
Yeah, I did.
I did not. No.
Oh my God, it's so good. It's such. I mean, I was so addicted to Max Payne 1 and 2. I think they might have made it 3, and I didn't play it, but holy shit! I mean, I remember just thinking like, man, this needs to be a movie. And I remember, I think at one point I was trying to write like a script about it when I was younger, and I'm like, of course, I got like 4 pages in, and then that was it. But then they finally made a version with Mark Wahlberg, and I was like, okay, he doesn't exactly scream the character, but I'll go watch it. And when I watched it, I was like, okay, you guys kind of missed the mark a little bit. It wasn't quite what I was hoping for because I mean, it is, it's such a good game. But we got 2 more people joining. We got Matt and we got Mr. Enosh. What is up, guys?
Hey.
I'm just gonna put my quarters right here so that I got like next after the next 50 people
right?
play Mortal Kombat. Is that okay?
Hey,
Yeah, okay.
Hey, Enosh,
I'll just sit back here and watch. Yeah.
Hey, Enosh, at least you know etiquette. You know your etiquette, and I appreciate that.
Hey man, every weekend at the laundromat, man, we'd go up there and there'd be like all these teenagers just gathered around Mortal Kombat, and you were lucky if you, as like a 12 or 13-year-old, actually got in once in a while just to have the honor of being absolutely emasculated and annihilated by some 16-year-old who just wiped the map.
I don't know about you, buddy, but I was a beast.
No, we didn't get a chance to play long enough to even get that good.
That was because he was already 25 and he's fucking sitting there.
I was beating those 18-year-olds.
Yeah, dude.
How's it going? How's it going, Matt? 4-3, Matt.
Oh, dude, it's going well. Dude, I used to work in an arcade, actually. That was like the best teenager job of all time.
I'm sure.
I worked in an arcade for about a year and a half, and it was awesome. And I used to school the little kids and shit like that. We also had like a laser tag, too.
Oh,
and
nice.
man, just to piss off the little kids and shit, I grab a gun too and start just shooting little kids and stuff and everything.
I got older and I just decided to start building my own, like one game at a time. I bought a Miss Pac-Man and I had that for a while, and then I bought a Superman upright game. Do you guys remember the Superman?
Yes,
it plays John Williams music stuff. I actually traveled to Toronto with my former father-in-law. It was an entire thing, man. We lost power in the truck to the taillight stuff. I got followed by a cop for miles through downtown Toronto, and it was a mess. But I came back with a video game, so now I got like 5 machines. So it's like,
damn,
do my thing, man.
I mean, I remember those. I remember like my older brother was part of a bowling league, so I got dragged to the bowling alley on Saturday mornings when I wanted to watch my Saturday morning cartoons. Couldn't do it, so I got dragged to the local bowling alley that at the time, of course, smelled like stale fucking cigarettes and ass.
Oh
I would just go into the little arcade and I would just watch people play Mortal Kombat in Street Fighter.
I know what the game I was talking about. It was Samurai Showdown 2.
Samurai Showdown.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, that was the game, dude.
See, bowling alley meant X-Men arcade game for me.
Oh yeah.
Or going to the putt Golf place and getting to play the Simpsons arcade game.
Oh yeah.
I beat that X-Men game once at SeaWorld. At SeaWorld when there was a SeaWorld in Cleveland, Ohio.
Wow.
The Ninja Turtles one.
Ninja Turtles, that was
okay. Now, are we talking about Ninja Turtles, the arcade game, or are we talking about Turtles in Time? Because I played both of those.
Oh, both of them are great. We're talking about the arcade.
Okay, yeah.
That was
I got both of those now.
Yeah, you had all 4, and it was like even though it filled the whole screen from top to bottom, it was like vertical.
Mm-hmm.
Like you could jump and do all those things. Yeah, fuck yeah, man.
Yeah, that was show. That was back when Chuck E. Cheese was Showbiz Pizza, and I would go
my
play.
God.
Yes.
Hey, you know what's funny about that, Scott? When I lived in Alabama, I went to a Showbiz Pizza. We probably went to the same Showbiz Pizza. I remember there was one in Alabama that I went to, and I remember for my birthday. And my mom probably has a picture of me in the ball pit when they had ball pits.
Yep.
Now that they're just disgusting and gross, and that probably built up my immunity. So that's probably why. I don't. But I remember going to a Showbiz Pizza for my birthday in Alabama, and I'm wondering if you went to that same one.
The one all I can tell you is the one that I went to was in Roebuck, because that was the one. It was right there off of 2059 near the 459 intersection. That was like the one. That was like the one in Birmingham that I would go to, and geez, Man, when did this become like the old man stream? Because
it is.
Well, someone just put at the bottom there, the boomer hour is on.
No, we're not boomers. We're not boomers.
I could definitely change the subject, because I want to ask Matt, who is possibly our resident Whiskey Tango, which you guys should know what that means, right?
Mm-hmm.
Whiskey Tango?
Yeah.
I know Whiskey Tango Foxtrot, but
Yeah, I was like, wait, but what is
right.
it?
Bloodhound song.
Well, no, Whiskey Tango. What does that stand for? WT.
What?
It's just,
it's with what the? You know.
No, never mind. Anyways, hey Matt, what do you think about the new Supergirl being Colombian?
Oh, is she Colombian? I didn't really follow. I didn't really follow her origins so well. All right.
So we're gonna let's get you guys' opinion about the new Supergirl.
Oh, by the way, Dave, I did watch your video. Yes, Andy is Argentinian.
Yeah, okay, that's right. He's Argentinian. I was like, yeah, he's Argent. I was like, he's not Portuguese. He is definitely Argentinian. But yeah, so we got a new Supergirl, and I was gonna bring up her picture right here.
She's a snack. I sent Dave some pictures I found. I'm just saying.
He did. I know there's some people, a lot of thirsty pictures out there, and a lot of like dual thirsty pictures between Cavill and her, of course. And
they look just alike. For cousins, they look just alike.
They look like they could be related. They do take pictures well.
She's from my neck of the woods. She's from Boston.
Oh, is she?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she's from Boston. Yeah,
damn, dude.
Yeah.
So I mean, like, first off, I mean, we, the news today first that we got was the fact that Zack Snyder's Justice League is going to be seen worldwide on March 18th, which I talked about. But cheers to all the international fans out there.
By the way, did you hear the same thing that I heard? When I was doing Capecast, that someone in Australia supposedly leaked the drop time and claimed that it was going to, it was going to be the same time as the United States.
Yeah, 9 hours ahead or something.
Right.
Like that.
So it was going to be I think Eastern time was going to be 2 a.m, and then so just count back from there. So Dave, it'd be 11 o'clock at night for you if this ends up being legit.
Accurate.
I didn't hear about that. No. Interesting.
So it usually drops a midnight, either Eastern Standard or Pacific.
It's usually one of those two. When you talk about midnight.
But listen, dude, I've been on record all the time. I said it on Real Emotion. So drink up.
Cheers.
Ooh, drink.
Oh shit.
That the film is going to get leaked. They're going to leak it on a Wednesday. It's going.
I don't think it will.
Dude, listen. Okay.
Don't put the fucking energy around the world or such shit, bro.
No, Scott. What was the thing you had said? So me and Ben were trying to talk about it. I said once is an accident, second time is something.
Okay, once is happenstance, twice is coincidence, 3 times is enemy action.
Yep.
Yeah, there you go. So, and listen, this trailer that we got coming out, right? All of a sudden it gets leaked, and then all of a sudden it gets worldwide, and everybody's like, Hey Matt or Andy, let's go ahead and bring out Supergirl. Let's go ahead and announce her. Dude.
I know.
Well, you're mixing the apples and oranges. Regarding we'll get to the whole conspiracy theory about them releasing that information about.
I mean, is it a coincidence
Supergirl.
that there was that comment about Russian bots, and supposedly it's the Russian trailer that gets leaked?
Yeah.
I mean, come on, 2 + 2 equals.
Enemy action. But I think a trailer, and this is something that I say in the Real Emotion.
I'm out.
A trailer, you distribute it to many channels, and people get their hands on it, and they have to synchronize and release it at the same time. That doesn't happen with a movie. The movie is gonna be released on streaming. And then it's gonna be sold on 4K
physical media,
right? But everything's gonna be all on the streaming platform, and anybody who wants to buy a VOD. So it's gonna be very difficult for that to leak a day or two before. I know it's gonna happen the same day, but before that, I just don't see it happening.
Yeah, it's frustrating for sure, but
Yeah,
I mean, the fact that he fought for international release. I mean, he fought for it. He was.
That's amazing.
What do you think when you say he fought for? What do you think that entailed? Because it's in my head, I'm going, why wouldn't they be like, yeah, we don't want to make money. Like, sorry.
Right, yeah. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, that's what I'm saying.
I don't know the logistics. I just know like he was in meeting after meeting after meeting of.
Well, I think what it comes down to is that there had to be this massive coordination. Deals had to be made with all these different vendors that said, yes, every market right now, except for what, Japan, France, and China, every market is going to get it on the same day. And if it's on any kind of market where it can be digitally released, we're also going to coordinate so it all gets released at the same time. And I'm going to be honest, the last time something like that happened, I think, is like the Doctor Who 50th anniversary special, like where the entire world watched it at the same time or something like that.
Wow.
Yes, my nerd is showing. But, but I'm thinking about that requires a lot of deals in place with a lot of different vendors. So I can imagine the speculation on my part. The fighting had to be make the deals with these providers, with these vendors in these markets, and let's make it happen all on March 18th. Because at this point, it was these markets that have various HBO contracts, they're going to get it on March 18th. Latin America was going to have to wait until June, and everybody else was, who the hell knows? And this was kind of our first indication of, no, everyone's getting it one way or another on March 18th. So I think that is where the fighting goes. And by the way, because I don't have a connection, so I can't send it directly to Zach. Yes, Dave, I did. McWayne Center in Alabama has the right aspect ratio. I emailed. I've confirmed. I have the email. Send the word to the man. I can make this happen in Birmingham. I'm just saying.
Can we wait until we find a place in Hawaii though? Because what's Chris? He was supposed to find a place in Hawaii. Yeah.
Hey, all I know is that I busted my butt. I hit the pavement. I got answers. I'm just saying.
I mean, dude, imagine getting called out by Zach himself personally, saying to do this one simple thing, and you can't deliver. I mean,
I'm not gonna talk shit about Chris. He's not here.
I know. That's the only reason why I'm saying it. Because
fucking hard fact.
No, but I mean, I'm just kind of wondering, like, I think I talked about it in one of my videos today. It seemed like I did a ton, but
you did a few.
I did a few videos today. It seemed like a lot of information came about today, and it was it was pretty fun. But I'm just wondering what Zach has in store when it comes to an IMAX release. I mean, like I said, I'm like an hour and 12 minutes from Pasadena, from LA, all that right there, and I'm just kind of going, okay, what's going to happen? I'm waiting for him to be like, hey, I'm doing a screening tonight. You're invited. And I'll be like, okay, Zach. Yeah, I'll be there. Yeah. I'll wear my shirt that says your name on it. Yeah. And I'll just like, I'm just going to show up. I'm just
wear a regular shirt. No, just wear a regular shirt, Dave. If I had any advice.
Yeah. It's like,
wear a fucking
don't wear the band shirt. Don't be one of those guys.
Yeah, wear an Avengers shirt, Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna wear my Vodka Dream shirt. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, dude.
My fucking face.
The Deadpool button up.
Yes, I have a Deadpool button up. I'll wear that.
I would respect you so much if you wore your film Junkee shirt. And you're like, yeah, I'm here.
What's up?
Imagine the press pictures and all that. If you took them and stuff, you'd be promoting yourself, dude. Yeah. I can respect that. Don't wear your shirt. Okay. I'm just saying.
Oh, that'd be hilarious. I don't know.
But Enosh, now that you're here too, what do you think about Supergirl? Like the casting?
Yeah. Well, okay. So there's two schools of thought on that for me. One, I still have a problem with the fact that I want to be able to go watch The Flash, right? I mean, it's going to have Michael Keaton in it. It's going to have Ben Affleck in it. I want to be able to go watch it and just be able to enjoy it. But knowing all the junk that's gone on behind the scenes and everything, I know I'm going to sit there and it's just going to annoy the heck out of me the entire time I'm watching it. So there's that part of it. But if I put that aside, look, we talked about it earlier on the Poindexter Lounge.
Nice. You're getting the hang of this now.
Mm-hmm. But I don't care that she's not blonde hair and blue eyed. It's a multiverse movie.
Mm-hmm.
If you're ever going to introduce a different version of Supergirl, why wouldn't you do it in a multiverse movie? I'm literally I've gotten a bunch of messages from people like, she's not blonde and blue-eyed and white. And I'm like, who the heck cares?
Yeah, but I'm like, when I talk about the hair color, I'm like, I've been like pointing out that all 3 live-action Barry Allens have not been blonde.
I'm about to say, that's a thing. That's a thing. He's not blonde.
Never go blonde with Barry Allen. All 3 Barry Allens have been not blonde.
Aquaman,
right?
Yeah.
Well,
I mean,
I think I loved her reaction. Actually, watching her reaction to getting the role, that right there won me over. And it's like I don't care, what the behind the scene movies thing is. You could tell that she's legitimately excited and appreciative of the role that she's getting, and so I'm happy for her. And like I said, I'm hoping still yet that something clears up, with Ray Fisher. If not, I'm a DC fan, and I can't stand the people who are making the junk and making the issues behind the scenes. But Ezra was part of, and Ben were part of Zach's vision, and I'm gonna see it. But I hope the best for her, and I hope that people embrace her, and that that people get over it, because every character doesn't have to be white and blonde. I don't know.
I like the fact that she's like a nobody, it's like, she's not like a nobody, but I'm just saying, like, she's a soap opera star. Nobody knew who she was. She got this opportunity. And I love the fact that Andy Muschietti did it the way that he did it, and I
love how he asked her like, hey, can you fly? And she was like,
I thought that was funny. Like, what?
It makes you think of RoboCop. Can you fly, Bobby?
It's a prerequisite. So does this mean Henry Cavill has been able to fly this entire time?
Yes. Yes, Enosh. That's exactly what it means.
It's funny that you bring that up, because Andy had the BVS suit.
Yes.
Yeah, that was interesting.
That was.
I also thought it was very, I remember the first time someone mentioned the video before DC Comics Twitter, and I saw it from Uber Kryptonian before they posted it. All I heard was someone complaining about the fact that they used Williams' theme. But then I watched the video. Yeah, they used Williams' theme, but they get the BVS suit, and I'm like, oh no, this is as diplomatic as all hell.
I mean, like, that's such a recognizable theme. It's like you can't.
Yeah, the general audience knows what that.
Yes,
the general audience hears that. They know what that means.
Mm-hmm. Well, and again, is it telegraphing something else? This is a multi-layered movie. In the multiverse. So you're literally pulling and drawing from all these different pieces and all these different films and all these different things. Of course, you're going to send a confusing message like that to have the BVS suit with the John Williams theme. Yeah. It was perfect.
But it's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing. Like, I could play the theme for my daughter, the John Williams theme, and she'll be like, Superman's theme. Like, she doesn't sit there and go, fuck that theme. I hate it. I want to hear Hans Zimmer's theme. It's like, no, dude, she's not registered. There's no negative connotation with the theme. We all have that negative connotation because of the fucking film. Justice League.
It just didn't work.
Or Shazam. Yeah. I mean, think about it. The same
or Shazam.
Yeah. And so,
we just have the negative connotation because we impose the idea that gatekeepers always want to push that on us. But if we would just ignore that crap and go, it's a beautiful theme by a musical genius, and let's just ignore the. And I mean, same thing for my kids. Like, we have the Superman blessing in our house, and when they hear that, I mean, they can, like, my 5-year-old runs around going da da da, and to him that's Superman's music, but he's doing it with his giant Henry Cavill Man of Steel toy that I bought back in 2013. It's just. I look at the kids and go, oh, I'm so glad you don't have the crap. You don't have the baggage that I have. Thank you.
Did anybody else? I didn't really care what she looks like and everything, but did anybody else think of, like, God damn, like, how many things are they going to pack in this movie? That's really what got to me. That's what got to me, because I was like, okay, so I mean, even if these are just brief cameos, like Affleck, if he's only in it for 3 minutes, 4 minutes, maybe max. Keaton, I think he's got a more established role, but now you're packing more and more characters, new ideas anyway of characters and concepts in this multiverse. You're like,
what is this movie going to be? Like,
exactly. So it's kind of like, well, Jesus Christ, man, like, this is a Flash origin movie plus it's setting up so much shit at the same time.
It's not even that. It's like,
and it's being written by the chick that did Bumblebee and fucking Birds of Prey. And that's what gets me.
The two Batmans have foundation, right? But like all of a sudden, you're bringing in this fucking this Supergirl.
You got to explain the Batmans. Yeah, you got to explain why there's two. You got to explain why the '89 one's there.
Well, and I get that, but you also have the background. You also have the comics. Remember, we talked about the comics yesterday on Comic Movie Marks, their live cast.
Oh yes. Yeah.
Oh,
yes. I mean,
he actually plugged your show, Matt. I think you should feel honored.
Yeah. Well, it's because I was a co-host. I took over and I introduced them.
I saw the comment section when you were trolling Everett's in the comments. I saw that. Oh, and look, Ben ran away.
I loved it, man. Yeah, and I was actually talking about Matt. You know how thankful he should have been for me being his first guest on his live event on Thursday. So,
oh yes.
Oh, by the way, Matt, I wanted to let you know that. I got interrupted by Joaquin. That's not bad.
That is great timing that you synced up with
about to say. But Rebecca Johnson from Supergirl Radio actually was posting your Road to Zack Snyder's Justice League videos on Facebook today, and I was like, "Oh, I know those guys. It was so fun to be able to go. I know those guys. You're gonna love these videos. They're fun. I can't wait."
Wait, who is this? I'm sorry, I didn't.
Rebecca Johnson. She's a big Snyder fan. You can find her stuff, her personal stuff, at Milk Pond Prod on YouTube. But she's also the co-host of Supergirl Radio and big Zack Snyder fan, and she's been posting a lot of stuff she's found, and she just discovered your Road to Zack Snyder's Justice League videos and was sharing them on her personal Facebook page.
Oh, wow. Cool. That's awesome. No, it's always good that those are getting shared, man. It's getting interesting. Man. It gets interesting people in the mix and stuff. So
you guys are killing it, man.
By the way, you guys, I don't know if you're paying attention, but we have somebody in here that is claiming that they're Ray Fisher in the comments, right?
Oh no, I've seen that. Yeah, there's somebody that said that. I saw it.
So stupid, dude. Like, I get it, man. Like, I'm just watching it every time he's like interacting and shit. I'm like, guys,
dude, it's a weekly thing. I get Jeff Johns, I get Joss Whedon, I get I'm surprised there hasn't been a Walter Hamada. Someone's
there will be now.
I miss Zach being in the comments.
I know there was a point where like there was a Zack Snyder in the comments. Yeah,
we had a guy named Asshole Garza in ours yesterday.
Exactly. I was like, dude, the fact that he committed to that, like he created that as a name.
Yeah.
And then it wasn't it like Garza fart face after that.
Yeah. I had him. Yeah, I had him in my show on Wednesday, I think.
And someone said it was Dave's burner. That's what it was.
Yeah.
I can see that.
I'm an idea.
Yo, wait. I'm trying to remember what was the thing that I laughed about last night.
Because of fucking Shane, because he had to pay $9 at Jack in a Box. And he thought it was the most outrageous thing of his life.
$9? What did he buy?
About amusement park.
I don't know, but he's like, "What the hell is this? A theme park prices?"
Yeah, there you go.
And Garza, and we ended up going like 10 minutes longer because Garza needed to be resuscitated and shit after that comment. Yeah, he's dying. He's turning colors now,
dude. I'm telling you, look at him go.
Yeah. Getting real red. I love it.
Listen, I don't even know what the point of that, like, why I found it so funny. It's just the way he was so passionate and so fucking he was like, "What is this? A theme park?"
By the way, Matt, tell your co-host Shane to never do a trailer reaction while he's driving. I was nervous that entire time watching your trailer reaction video.
That was so conflicting, man. That was so conflicting because it was the first time ever that we were actually, I guess, maybe ahead of the game-ish or something. Yeah, we're always so last and everything. And he was still home, and he's like, "Oh, but I got to leave in 10 minutes." And I'm just like, and we've done it once before where he drives, because it's actually the road that he's on is pretty barren. and it's just heading out into the desert basically because he works way the hell out there. So he's done it once before, and I'm like, just do that, dude, and I'll just control everything from there and shit. So so it worked kind of. But we had 1,200 people, like 1,300 people watching us. So
hey,
it worked.
I mean, it just scares me the whole time. I was like, 10-2, 10-2, eyes on the road. Shane, it's not worth it.
Even without the phone, he sucks at driving. Don't even pretend that. It's just oh my God. There's a reason why I drive. When we went down to Snyder Con, I drove almost the whole fucking way because there is no way I was letting him behind the wheel.
Okay, so that means so of course I watched Dave's. I was on Real in Motion. I watched Comic Book Movie Marks. So I still need to catch 3 drinks.
That's 3 drinks, everybody.
I know that was a
lot. I to go get some.
Yeah, I just opened my 3rd one right now. So Enosh, I still need to see yours if you did one. And Ty, did you guys do one? Because I'm trying to make sure that I'm checking all the boxes. I've watched way too many videos and listened to way too many podcasts. I'm losing track of who my friends I have not done my due diligence on yet.
Watch what?
Like
trailer reaction.
For what? For Mortal Kombat?
No, for Zack Snyder's Justice League.
Sounds like wait. At what the fuck was going on?
That's cute. I remember when I had my first beer.
Yeah.
Ty's like, oh, I thought we were playing Mortal Kombat. I'm sorry.
No, I didn't get to do a trailer reaction. I was busy all day long.
Okay.
I was working Sunday, obviously, and so I found out about it and actually got to watch it just before I went out on the stage, and so I watched it. I was super hyped, and then I had a full day of crap to do. And then I came home and I was like, okay, cool. We're going to do a review. We're going to talk about it. And I get all set up and I find out that I got to go pick up my stepson from his dad. And I'm like, that's a 40-minute one-way drive. And I'm like, screw this. And my sons are like all streaming with people and all the people that I stream with are all streaming and stuff. And I'm like, this sucks. Zack Snyder's Justice League trailer's here. And I don't get to even talk about it for hours.
Then
I came home and I did mine, and then it blew up, and everybody was there, so we did our review, and it was huge. And I was like, you know what? A lot can be said for maybe not being first, but being a destination and being quality that people wait for.
I've said that many times.
I will say this: I was very impressed with Tim because he was when it dropped 2 hours early, we were actually able by 10 or 11 o'clock, I was able to come down. We were able to record our breakdown because that's all the episode ended up being was the trailer.
Sure.
And dude, Tim had turnaround. That episode was in the RSS feed by 1 in the afternoon, and I was here going, dude, this is impressive for us to get a turnaround.
Listen. That trailer track, I'm gonna tell you, I've listened to it just the trailer track because it's so there's something different about this trailer track that I haven't heard, and it makes anything fucking good. And I'm working on this Avengers thing, and I'm like, holy, just hearing the dialogue that I've chosen, I'm like, it's giving me goosebumps. I'm like, this fucking song, man.
Oh, by the way, let's talk about Tom Holkenborg's track that released this week.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Ooh,
so good.
I hated it at DC Fandom. No bullshit. And I told everybody, I said, I don't like it. It sounds too, it sounds like Alita, one, but also it sounds too triumphant. And I was like, it doesn't seem like it would be in this Justice League film. But I said, I'm gonna hold off judging it until I hear it, one, in context, but also in the film. Well, when he released this track, I didn't need to hear it in context. I was like, holy shit, this track is unfucking real.
Well, because it was finished, and that's the thing.
Yeah,
it was finished. It was finished. It was mixed. It was mastered. It was it was ready to be released, and that was the difference. And I've been on record going, I've been the one that's been nervous about Holkenborg, doing a solo composing for this. And I'm here to tell you, after Crew at War Power, any trepidation I have had is
it's
gone.
Drums, the fact that he uses those drums, man, and you're just and when those kick in, you're just like, oh God, I want to see the video of him doing all that,
he did the behind the scenes for Man of Steel, where he's
BVS too.
Yeah, but they did that one particular special feature about the music of Man of Steel. That was the one that was like, that's what made me fall in love, was watching the Man of Steel one on the Blu-ray. And yes. So now that we have that track, now in my mind, I'm like, it's a 4-hour-long movie. How long is this album going to be? Like, he
had to write new music. I mean, dude, here's where I'm most impressed with is that I know that he used similar themes and ideas, and I'm only saying this as a, not to throw my clout around, but as a musician that can also make music. Like, dude, if he had all that music and he at that point in time when he's making all these other choices on, okay, I got to do Sonic, I got to do Alita, I got to do all these other films.
Tomb Raider, probably.
Yeah, Tomb Raider. He's like, well, no, I think Tomb Raider is before Just League, but he's like,
okay,
I have all this music that is like sitting here that I don't think it's ever going to get released, and if it does, it's not going to be from fucking years from now. So if I created these themes. And to make it easier, like not to take a shortcut, but he did all that work. You might as well just use what he created.
Oh, he did. Yeah, I'm sure original stuff that he had. Yeah.
Well, and imagine that he was doing that for maybe 3 hours of the film. Okay, let's just say 3 hours. Like keep it at okay, I think that it's going to be a theatrical release. That means that he probably released or maybe reasserted an hour's worth of music. In my head, I'm going, he probably had to come up with about 2 hours worth of new music.
Yes, I'm there with you on that. And what I've been saying is that that's amazing because this entire movie is like 2.0 Mulligan upgrade because it's like we're getting a full 4-hour version of it. And we're getting Tom 3 years later. So he's had even 3 years of maturing as a solo composer. And we're getting his second draft after 3 years of maturing. Crazy. I am down for this album. Like I'm ready to listen to it.
Well, I mean, just like when like Snyder played that clip on here, it was like, just that guitar, that it's like, I mean, that's so like off the like beaten path because you listen to the track that we heard, it's uplifting. It's like, oh yeah, this is the group like together.
It's the theme. It's the theme of you can imagine that this is the theme of the league.
Yes. But then you have like a track like what we heard and some of the other stuff. And it's like, wait, he's going to have individual tracks for like a lot of these characters. And there's going to be probably a scene where like Batman's doing something badass. I don't know. And then there's just like this, like this guitar that just fucking just
I pictured Aquaman. I don't know why. I felt like that.
Really? It felt like it could be Aquaman. But if you look at his phone, you could tell like the movement on his phone is
Zach could have easily like, tricked us and like
true.
Because we'd be looking at his he knows literally we took, and I say we, the royal we took a fucking photo of Martian Manhunter from his phone.
Yeah.
And made it like, oh, this is what Martian Manhunter looks like. So he knows his phone's gonna get like that, dude. You know what I mean?
By the way, and then we look at what Jim Lee did with that, and I'm like,
yes.
Well, that's what he's gonna look like in the movie, though.
Yeah.
Because that's inspired. That's inspired by the design from the movie. Otherwise, Aquaman and Wonder Woman would look totally different.
Yep. Oh yeah. Everybody's drawn. I mean, I'm gonna pull it up right now.
Yeah, because actually, while we were talking, Liam Sharp responded to me on Twitter, and it was just like, yeah, because Liam Sharp follows me on Twitter.
Oh, my question though.
Is that a drink? That's a drink, right?
That's a clout.
Blah blah blah. Fake. Fucking fucked.
Oh, do I have to pull it up, Dave? Is that what I have to do to show you?
I'm good. I just had to do that drop.
That's great.
I think the biggest question is: will Martian Manhunter have blonde hair, or will he be a brunette?
Those are the pressing questions.
Yes,
that's really for me because I swear to God, if he doesn't have blonde hair, I'm walking out. I'm going to ride it. I'm turning off the stream. I'm going to tell my kids to go to their rooms. I'm not going to talk to my wife for the rest of the day. And I don't know what else I'll do, but I will be pissed off.
Enosh, you just described my perfect day. I don't know what you're talking about.
It's a perfect
hey, you know what?
Our perfect day.
I was gonna ask, hey Ty, what are your plans for Justice League? Because I know, like, I don't know if you guys knew it, but me and Ty, we had a watch BVS on his pop culture channel. That's a drink, yeah. And I was trying to convince his co-host about certain things.
Dude,
on BVS and why BVS is the way it was. And I mean, it came down to it finally, where it was like, yeah, he just doesn't like the film. Like, I can't make him change it.
Yeah, but I had a talk with him after, and I was just like, bro, you are the most ignorant fuck that I've ever met.
Oh!
No, but straight up. Like, I was like, I just need to tell you this from friend to friend.
Yeah.
Like, some of the shit that you said was ignorant, right? And
well, in all fairness, it was because like he was trying to make an argument for if I need to watch it, several more times, then it doesn't make. And I go, well, in all fairness, it's there the first time. It's not the film's fault that you're not understanding it the first time. Right? So that would lead back onto you. And he was like, okay, all right, that makes sense. And I was like, exactly. Like, right. I realize it, but it's there. If it was there the first time, then it's there.
That's the thing with me and him and I, at least, is I get so frustrated when I'm trying to explain something to him that I end up yelling, right? Or like literally getting like frustrated. Yeah.
I'm all too familiar with your feeling, buddy.
Why are you the way that you are?
Ty, you're literally describing my career.
Right.
You're literally describing my career.
And like,
some of you guys wonder, like, how do you do this solo? It's like, because I don't know. I probably like either I'll be on the receiving end or I'd probably be on the receiving end if I had a partner. I'm like, but at the same time, I'm like, I don't know,
Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding though. I actually like I like the dynamic that you guys all have with like your co-hosts. Yeah.
But like,
it's frustrating, but it's
during
fun.
The watch party, I got yelled, like I got too loud. And he was like, I don't know who the fuck you think you're yelling at. And I was just like, all right, I'm stopping my screen and I'm going to go smoke.
Yeah. There was a time where it was just like me sitting there like live. I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Like,
he's just one of those people that like even if, and I said this to Garza, even if he did like the movie, right? Even if we changed his mind that night, he would never tell us, right?
Oh, wow.
He would never say it like, oh yeah, okay, I'm just a Man of Steel fan now, right? I'm a huge Superman fan. It just wouldn't happen. And like, I don't know, you can't reason with someone who doesn't want like.
Shit, is he related to Garza?
Here's my thing. It's and I've said this before, and I feel like to certain degrees we're all this way, but it's like if I like something and you ask me why I like it, do not expect me telling you why I like it to be my argument for why you should like it. I can give a shit whether you like it or not.
Yeah.
If you're interested in why I like it, I will be honest with that. If you don't like it, great. You can keep that to yourself because I didn't ask. But
because all of us, except for maybe Ty, and I say that out of respect, Ty, because you look a lot younger than us.
I'm 27, actually, believe it or not.
Yeah, you are.
You're younger than us.
You're younger than all of us.
Some people think I'm 11, so.
Until you start talking.
That's what I was wondering.
They're like, well, wait a minute.
For the most part.
Is it past your bedtime?
Yeah. Like I grew up and a lot of you guys would probably relate. Like I grew up, I went to the comic shop when I was a kid. I bought Pogs. I bought maybe some comics. I did whatever the fuck I did by myself, and nobody was there to sit there and go, wait, why are you buying that? Or why do you like that? Or explain to me why you like this. It was just so normal that I was in my own corner and I did whatever I wanted. I watched whatever I wanted, and that was it. It wasn't until the advent of Twitter and where you had to say, oh, you like this? Why? You're a fucking idiot for liking this. It was like,
well, and when did that become the way that we address people? Literally today, like I was helping people, and I'm with this guy, and I'm wearing a Justice League hat, not this one, but another one, because yes, I have a couple, because I kind of like this thing, and so like I'm wearing the famous gray Justice League hat with all the emblems on it and stuff, right? And I'm doing my thing, and this guy is sitting next to me, and he looks at me and he goes, "Why Justice League?" And I'm like, that was his intro. And I'm like, and I looked at him and I'm like, what? I said, excuse me. And he goes, why Justice League? And I'm like, why the hat? And he's like, no, like what? do you like Justice League or something? And I'm like,
no, I hate it.
No, man, I I'm so pissed off at Justice League that I just wear this hat everywhere.
Yeah.
And so, like, literally, that was his intro to me. And like, how do you address somebody like that who's just like coming at you hard, like, and then he's like, so DC, huh? DC, huh?
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah,
I would have been like this. The fuck, bro? What are we talking about? We talking about you got?
I'll be like, what the fuck are you? And why are you talking to me?
Yeah,
I'll be your friend. I don't know, man.
I would have busted up. I would have made it so awkward for him. I'd have been like, "What the fuck? Bro? Is there anything?"
I did without trying because I. No offense against you, Garza, but I mean, like, I'm the nice guy, right? Like, it's like I want to tell you about. I want to tell you about the beauty of being a DC fan, and like, I'm not just gonna be like F you. I'm just like, hey. Well, here's what I like about DC. Yes, I'm a big Superman fan. Here's why. And the guy's like, oh, okay. Well, I like Marvel because I feel like Marvel's characters are really deep and more in the real world and stuff. And and I just looked at him and I'm like, well, then we're going to have a fundamental disagreement because like absolutely everything that you said, opposite. And he just looks at me and he's like, oh, because I just got frustrated because like I had that moment where I was just like, screw this. I don't have to defend myself to you just because I'm wearing a Justice League hat. Yeah, I'm a nice guy, but screw you, man. Go off with your Marvel stuff and have fun with yourself. And I'm going to go over here with my Justice League hat and I'm going to enjoy myself. It's just
your language is offensive.
Oh my gosh!
Dude, listen, my brother-in-law
are on point.
Yeah, I know. My brother-in-law's a Marvel fan, like a big fucking Marvel fan, and he's I'm 6 foot. He's a little bit taller than I am, and he's a bigger dude. He's stocky, right? I will talk shit to that motherfucker all I want because you know what? He likes Marvel and I like DC. Like that's the family feud, right?
Sure.
And my nephew is a big Marvel fan and my daughter's a big DC fan. So like I feel like we're on the winning side right now. You know what I mean?
Oh, absolutely.
And what gets me, and this is what, and we go back to the kids. It's like, and I'm looking at my 5-year-old who runs around like the Flash, but will wear a Flash cape with a Spider-Man mask, and I'm sitting here going, "Thank you, you're what's right with the world."
Yeah, that's the way I look at it with my son.
All this stuff was non-existent before Twitter because I remember watching the Marvel Saturday morning cartoon.
In the old days,
nobody had that conversation with me about, "Oh, you're a Marvel fan? You watching the X-Men?" It was not a thing. After Twitter, that's when the gatekeepers came out of the woodworks. Like, oh, you're a Marvel fan? You a DC fan? You like Snyder's movies? That's where it came from.
Well, and we were
Facebook groups.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. So we were talking, we were just talking a few minutes ago just about like people's reaction, like even to the John Williams music, right? And I encountered a guy in a Superman Facebook group this week where he just came out and he's just like, Christopher Reeve was not only the best Superman, but he is for the rest of time, Superman the movie will be the only good Superman iteration ever. And no one has ever come after him or ever will. And I'm like, this guy's traveling through time now, seeing everybody who's ever going to play Superman. And he's just made up his mind that like Christopher. And I'm like, dude, look, I like Christopher Reeve for what he is. He was my Superman growing up. But like all this stuff of like, that's not my Superman. That's not my Batman. That's not my Supergirl. Get over it. It is what it is. Like literally, I said to this guy, I'm like, you have had every iteration of Superman be bright and sunny and shiny because he's like going off on Cavill saying that Cavill looks like he hates being Superman. And so I just posted a bunch of pictures of him with kids, like smiling and signing autographs and like having his arms around. I'm like, he looks miserable, doesn't he? He looks really angry to be Superman and doesn't get it. And I'm like, screw these people. Like, it's like you're in this mindset that only your way matters. And I'm sorry, but not everybody's like that. I want to see a real world Superman deal with real stuff. And I'm sorry that you can't handle that. Like we were going to get a couple of those movies. Yeah. Go home.
Yeah. And then here I am as a Batman fan going, let me count what I've grown up with. I've grown up with Adam West, Michael Keaton, Val Kilmer, George Clooney, Kevin Conroy, Christian Bale, Diedrich Bader, Ben Affleck, And I'm sitting there going,
Ben, you grew up with the George Reeve on the radio, right? The radio.
Actually, yes.
No, George Reeve was on TV. Somebody else was on the radio.
Listen, I remember watching George Reeves, and that was my Superman.
That was his Superman.
No, I'm that serious. I'm in my 40s. And I remember watching that, and that was my Superman until Christopher Reeve came along, and then Henry Cavill came along. So you cannot sit around and say, "Okay, this is my Superman," because you don't know what's gonna come in the future.
No, you don't.
I was not sitting there thinking, "Oh, nothing's gonna go past George Reeve." And then when I'm too fucking drunk. Where was I going with this?
Well, you're going to be miserable the rest of your life. You know,
That's
Christopher
true.
Reeve ain't coming back. Reeve ain't coming back.
And
Christopher Reeve gave his stamp of approval to Tom Welling and said that this was the guy, and that's the guy that people are pissed off because he never put on the suit.
I remember.
Get over it.
Yes.
No, I mean, like when it comes to like, you know, being, you know, a Batman fan too, is like pretty much like anytime there's you know, when Christian Bale got cast, I was like, interesting. Saw American Psycho.
I was excited for that one.
I'm like, that's the only thing I really know him from. I'm like, we'll see. Ended up being great. You know, of course, the voice got a little wonky at times. It's fine, but you know, overall.
What do you mean, Dave?
Yeah.
I'm not wearing hockey pants. Where is she?
He must have friends. Yeah, I'm like, I kind of wonder sometimes, like, what was the choice?
Show it to me.
Yeah, I like the swear to me though.
Do I have to do a voice too?
Yes, Ty.
Yes.
Do it.
Let's
Can it get
hear your
that low?
deep voice. Your
That's
man
the question.
voice.
You have that. You already have that. Actually, like
I need your
guys-
I'm 27 voice.
You guys used all the good lines though.
no. Yeah, that's true. We messed it up for but like,
I-
but then even when Ben
you would a
Affleck,
surprise one later.
Oh, you're
I'm just imagining Batman.
think of one.
You could have
We'll
said
get back
that.
to you.
You could have said the line. So that's what that feels like.
Yes.
You said it. You said it though.
I know.
I know.
To be honest, I kind of went. Why did he have to? He talked to himself in his Batman voice.
He could have just been like,
Yeah.
I'm just imagining Batman.
That's how
actually
committed he
saying what
is.
Ty
He's
said.
staying character when nobody's around. That's how committed. That's method acting.
No,
I'm
No,
just
you know,
imagining Batman saying what Ty said, just like walking around going, "They took all the good lines." Dang it.
But to back to Enosh's point, but that's like my problem with like the justice thing is that when you go into something with a preconceived notion that you're already gonna hate it, or that you don't want to see it.
Yeah, when Ben Affleck got cast, I mean, my video. My video, I was like, really, Ben Affleck? Huh?
Yeah.
I'm like, you have to look, but I'm like, can he do this?
Yeah,
like,
I will admit, I still remember the night because it was my friend Henry who shared it to me on Facebook. I actually was a day one defender because I was the one going, he wasn't the problem with the Daredevil movie. Like that was always my response was the issues with the Daredevil movie wasn't Affleck.
Yeah.
So and I went back and rewatched that movie recently. Once again, issues with that movie isn't Affleck. No.
When that came out, I think he read my post because I did say
You didn't know.
and I have the screenshot to prove it. I don't think I'm probably he didn't read mine, but I was
too drunk. Yeah, you're probably drunk.
But I was one of those that was like, I was not on board right away. And then the image dropped, the one that Zach posted, and I was like, okay, fuck, man.
It was
I realized, and this is back before blogs, because remember, blogs didn't really happen. Screen Rant, and you can look at Dave's talk with Screen Rant, obviously with Rob Keyes, where 2008 to 2012, that was the main years for all the blogs to become like big and powerful to where they are now. But dude, 2007, that was when we first learned about Heath Ledger, and I learned about it.
Oh, geez, I remember that first image.
I know, and I worked at Best Buy, and
right.
There was a guy that worked with me that he was like, "Hey, look, I found out on this show or this website. It's called Joe Blow," and I was like, what? He was like, no, it's not what you think it is. I was like, yeah, dude.
What did you think I thought it was?
Exactly. Well, exactly. Because he was like, no, just trust me. Just go there. That's where I get all my film news. And I was like, okay, cool. So I found it, and then all of a sudden we got I had a magazine. I still have it from 08 or no 07, where it's like talking about Heath Ledger as a Joker. And when I read it and I kind of understood it, and then I watched it in 08, I was like, I'll never, ever again judge a casting rumor, casting announcement until I see it. And that's the thing. So when I heard about Ben Affleck, I was like, well, I mean, that's interesting. I'll wait to see what it is. And God damn, I'm so glad that I went in going, I just want to see what it is because, Man of Steel, like I watched Man of Steel. I didn't watch it religiously. Like I watched it in the theaters. I watched it a couple times after that, but it didn't hit me like it did after I watched BVS. Because after I watched BVS, dude, that film changed everything for me. So like okay, now that's BVS and said, "Oh, Ben Affleck, I can't believe he's going to be Batman. And he's a shitty Batman." I mean, maybe it wouldn't have done that, but I just went in going, "Oh, just let's see what it is."
Okay, so that brings up a good point because once again, we're getting back into the digital outlets with quote sources saying things, and of course the internet, everyone immediately believes everything that they read.
Well, sure.
But we got that digital bits saying that they're hearing that remaster of BVS on 4K disc, like the physical release, is going to happen on March 23rd.
Yeah.
How much do we buy that? How much are we thinking? Is that one of those no way, maybe, or yes, we can swallow this?
Yeah. What's funny is like one of the fan questions that I have from Travis, he actually asked about.
Hey, everyone, question for you. Why is Batman vs. Superman Ultimate Edition not called a director's cut?
Well, he talked about that at Pasadena.
Yeah.
Zach said that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Zach said it. Do you want me to be Zach? No, you know what?
I can't believe I saw that play on the screen while the stream happened. I'm fucking blown away right now. I love this computer.
Matt, he's literally, this is the first time he's ever actually been live with us. He's always been delayed. So forgive Ty. But Matt, what do you think? Like, why was BVS never called the director's cut?
Well, it was in our video, The Road to Zack Snyder's Justice League. So you should go watch that.
Part two.
Part two.
Yeah. Yes.
No, but during the time with in 2016, he was just playing ball, and he called it the ultimate cut. That is diving deeper into those elements that were maybe lost a little bit in the theatrical cut. And then obviously in Pasadena, which thank you to the person that sent us that video, because that wasn't really recorded at all. And I remembered that as we were sitting there when he was talking about it. It really is the director's cut. And it's really the director's cut in that this is but they wanted to call it the ultimate because they didn't want people to think that the theatrical cut wasn't his director's cut. So this is like the ultimate cut of Watchmen, which there's the director's cut, then there's the ultimate cut. So they were trying to say like the theatrical cut was his director's cut and the ultimate cut was beyond that.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I know. It's so crazy.
Let's skip a step.
Now, how do you guys feel? Because like I know I talk to a lot of people, like especially with Zack Snyder's Justice League coming out, that there's people. I'm amazed that there's still people who don't understand the difference and that the fact that this is a 4-hour movie. I literally have heard people say, well, that he's just going to throw some stuff back in. It's the same movie, it's the same thing, and it's like, did you even watch this? Well, no, but I know it's going to be the same. It's like how are you even doing that? And just being able to sit back here knowing what we know, like talking to the people that we've talked to, like being able to have those conversations, and you just look at these people who are so ignorant of what is actually coming.
I believe Joss Whedon.
Wow, dude. I can't believe you did. No. That's perfect.
Set up. I know. Lay up right there.
Right. I was waiting. I was like, okay, Enoch is going to give me the alley loop. I got this. I got it.
Here's the major difference, and I think all things Snyder, posted this up. It was like this graph where it showed like November 17th, like reaction or like interaction with the Snyder Cut and all that stuff. and it was a blimp compared to like the trailer when it came up. It was like the trailer was up here, and it was like that's how big of a difference this is with the film itself and it coming out and dude. On HBO Max, 17, 18 million fucking views.
Oh my
God. Almost had as many views as the fucking Batman trailer and King
on the Warner. That was on the Warner Brothers,
which is 9 fucking million.
Yes, comrade. Yes, comrade. We did it. We did it. All of us Russian bots. We did it. Yes, yes. Way to go, comrade.
Russian bots.
Us Russian bots come together. Come together to support comrade.
I swear, Red Sun Superman has always been my. Whenever that comes up, I have a picture of Red Sun Superman on my phone. That's always my reply. It's just like perfect.
You should have that drop, dude. Like, yes,
I know. I need to find that. Yeah, Russian bots.
Seriously,
Russian bots on the Vodka stream. Yes,
but here's the thing though, like that kind of trailer and that kind of reaction and what I think is happening, and I don't think Hamada realizes it. I don't think Emmerich realizes it. They don't they're not on social media, right? Like I can't imagine them going, "Oh, what is everybody talking about?" Like they think
they hear it from their
yeah. They're like, this shit's just bullshit. Like nobody really cares about Zach's film. Like, whatever. Like, who cares? But dude, they're in for a fucking rude awakening when this thing comes out. Like, I don't give a shit what anybody says. It is going to not only trump the fucking 2017 version. People are going to be going, why the fuck wouldn't you release this? Like,
I mean, look at what happened to. I mean, DC Comics is like 100% like, hey, look what we just did. We have these variants right here from these 3 respectable illustrators.
Yeah. Not just respectable, like legend.
Yes, legendary, iconic illustrators in the industry that are like, hey, look what we drew up for Zack Snyder's Justice League. And it's beautiful. Like they're backing up him, they're backing up this. And then when you go to the DC shop, like I even put it on my video, there's a huge banner that just goes Zack Snyder's Justice League, and it shows streaming on HBO Max 3/18. And it's just like, you know, they're like DC is backing Zack Snyder's Justice League way more than Warner Brothers ever could. Yeah, Warner Brothers, the Twitter account retweeted the trailer. Cool. Thanks for retweeting it. Cool.
Yeah, and the Facebook and the Warner Brothers Facebook page posted something about the Wonderland at Home experience where you could like buy the meal. Like that is it. And it's really funny as I was joking on Cape Cast, that's like, only Zack Snyder's Justice League could make me buy a Brian Michael Bendis Justice League book. Like, I'm not even buying it. Wow, I'm not even buying it.
Yeah.
I'm not even buying it to read it. I'm literally buying it to put that book in a comic book frame to hang on my wall. I don't care about what's in the book. I just want the cover.
Yeah.
That's all I want.
And it comes out March 17th, right?
It comes out on the Wednesday before Zack Snyder's Justice League comes out on Thursday. And it was so weird, too, because what I've been told is that, like, the final cutoff date for ordering Justice League 59 is, like, this week. And the variants didn't drop until, like, today. Like, they didn't even show up. I order from Things from Another World, which is, like, a Portland, Oregon store, because my local comic book shop shut down 2 years ago, and I've always ordered from them online, and they already had like the main cover and the wraparound variant, and that was already on the site. Literally, they were I tagged them on Twitter, they responded to me on Twitter, and then by the next time I went to their website, by then they had all 3 variants loaded on their website. And there's also incentive black and white variants, a 1 in 25, a 1 in 50, and a 1 in 100. Of course, the Jim Lee one's the 1 in 100.
Is that in Midtown?
No. Well, I haven't seen it. I looked at Midtown. Midtown doesn't have the incentives yet. They just have the 3 variants. And then Things from Another World, I've checked. That's where I've been getting all, like, any physical books I still buy, I get from Things from Another World, and they haven't posted. They showed me in that same Twitter thread that I tagged them in. They also posted what the black and whites look like, but those aren't up for order yet, because I can imagine that the pre-orders for this book have suddenly shot through the roof because people weren't interested in the book, but people like me suddenly are buying it because
the covers. Yeah.
We want the covers.
Yeah.
And that's what's going to get you the 1 in 25, the 1 in 50, and the 1 in 100. And now I'm waiting for those to drop because I'm ready to go, pre-order on all those variants.
Yeah.
I'll buy that 1 in 100. Fuck yeah, dude. Like this is a monumental thing. Like I can't.
Absolutely.
It's so weird to think of. Like when we talked about Mortal Kombat and when we talked about Superman Returns and all that shit. Like get it. Those are movies, right? Like all right, cool. Those are movies. But dude, we've never fucking seen something like this.
Never.
Like,
No, we haven't.
We're gonna be able to compare maybe a few times of. This is what Zach decided to do with the film, and this is what Josh Whedon decided to do with the film. We're going to have a comparison of this is the stylistic differences between a shitty director and a fucking golden goddamn legend of a director. Right. And then we're going to go, you took all this shit out and replace it with an hour's worth of reshoots that looked like that. You know what I mean? Like in my head, I'm going, that is the most embarrassing fucking thing.
Yes.
You could ever do. Like, imagine, like, and I can only really relate it to like women, right? Like, imagine you talking all this shit that you're like this ladies' man, right? And all of a sudden, people are like, well, you know what? We happen to talk to the last 10 girls that you've been with, and we interviewed them all. And when you were saying there were 9s and dimes, they were really 1s and 2s. And here's what they had to say about your performance. Like, here it is on display. Like, dude, that's embarrassing. It's so.
Well, and what's
that's
also
very detailed, Garza. That's very detailed. Man.
Yeah.
But part of the embarrassment is how many people also either A, never saw the 2017 version, or B, don't even like it's that forgettable that they don't even remember it. I mean, I've been out there because another point that I keep on trying to make, and we've been making it DC Film Squadcast, and the point is that we have been in our bubble for so long. We have to continually remind ourselves and remind our audiences that they need to go out and talk to people who are outside of our bubbles because they need to subscribe to HBO Max. They need to click and watch this because that's what's going to need to happen for this to be successful. When I Zactivated my dad and my dad was like, okay, I need to go talk to my brother, because I don't know if he knows about this, and you need to talk to your cousin because and that's like, those are the conversations we need to be having is who do we know who has an HBO Max account or needs to sign up for HBO Max. And then they need to know that this thing is coming out because once again, we're in this. We know all about this, and we forget what a small percentage we are of how there's so many more people out there who still don't know that this thing is happening. And I feel like a broken record whenever I'm on a stream or on my podcast, but I feel like I have to be a broken record because people need to understand a vast majority of the population doesn't know the crap that we know. I mean, that trailer is the number one best thing we have going for us. I had a coworker today that at the end of school, I was talking about Sean O'Connell's book, and it's a great selling point for me because it's like, well, I'm in the book, and so that gets someone that I know interested. Well, no, think about it.
It does.
Right.
So remember my nephew that I told you is a Marvel fan, right? They don't have HBO Max. Like my sister and them, they don't have HBO Max right now. At least I don't think they do. And when I went over there today, he was like, hey, did you see that new Justice League trailer? I was like, fucking course I did. Like, I talked to my little nephew. I was like, fuck you for asking me if I've seen it. Fuck you. I should be asking you that, you fucking dick. But
my son is in driver's ed right now, and he's having conversations with his teacher, man, who's teaching him driver's ed, like talking about the Snyder Cut. So, I mean,
and my nephew's like 11. So, like, I'm just fucking around. I didn't say that to him. I'm just saying in my head, I'm like,
we all believed it.
I'm actually disappointed it's not true.
The legend has now died.
I know. But listen, though, because he's a Marvel fan, like I wasn't going to talk shit directly to him, but
now you want to get nuts? Come on, let's get nuts.
That's where you were.
He was playing Fortnite at the time, so I was like, "Fuck it, you're gonna lose anyway, you fucking idiot." So, anyways, but I will say that he
kicked the controller out of his hand and threw his thing across the room. Started pounding him down, gave him purple nurples, and walked out. I'm John Garza.
And then he was like, "All right, I'm out. I'll watch it again. I'll watch it." No, but he asked me about it, and I was like, I was surprised because he's a big Marvel fan. Like, the fact that he even was like, "Hey, have you seen it?" I was like, "Come on, dude. I know I haven't talked to you in a couple of weeks, but come on, dude." Fuck. Okay.
And I've been watching the trailer in different languages, like the Italian one. I saw the Italian one today. I was like, "Oh man, Italian Ben Affleck, man." I wish I understood him better because I know what he's saying, but
I probably saw him at Fandom. There was a panel about that. I'm like,
dude, Italian Ben Affleck and Italian Joker. Italian Joker and Affleck, man. Ooh.
That's got to be interesting. All right, Mr. Everett. Mr. Everett, you got to take off?
Yes, I do.
I
do. Yeah, thank you for having me.
All right, no problem, man. Thanks for joining. Thanks for stopping by. Go ahead and, of course, plug yourself.
You can watch me every Wednesday at 10 o'clock Eastern Standard Time on the Real Emotion podcast with that guy over here. And no, this guy here.
Poor guy. All right, take it easy, Ben. Thank you.
Yeah, all right. Take it easy, guys.
Ben. Later, Ben.
Make sure Ben never works at an airport. That's all I'm saying. But yeah, I mean,
don't worry, I'm a limo driver.
Was that I talked to my coworker because I was like, okay, this is a coworker who would be receptive to this conversation. So I was like, here's a book. It's kind of cool. We're all griping about how we're all tired. We all got our vaccines. We're all like, we're all like rubbing our arms. We're all like, talking. And I was like, hey, do you have a couple of minutes? I want to show you this trailer. She saw that trailer and she was like,
wow,
that's awesome.
Nice.
You know what?
No, it's a she, and she's like in her 50s, and she's like,
"Oh,
awesome.
that's even better.
That's
even
good.
better, dude."
So I'm sitting here, I'm reaching different demographics. It's like, but that's the thing. Is like that's what we need. Is we need to get other people.
Heck yeah.
Talking about this.
Scott's gonna start going door to door on this bitch.
Yeah, like
we're gonna be like,
you don't think I already haven't, Ty? Do you not know what I've been doing? I've been
like,
have you seen the
people are inside? People are inside. Those darn Jehovah's Witnesses are here again. No, it's those Snyder cultists. They're
I was gonna say Mormons. I was gonna say Scott's gonna be tackling Mormons out of the way. No, let me tell you about this true message.
Let me tell you about the one true Lord, Zack Snyder.
It is literally the Book of Snyder. That's what he became.
It is.
Fuck that Joseph Smith.
Snyder be thy name. Snyder be
but
thy
you
name.
better believe that, like, with all the freaking t-shirts that I own, and you've seen the pictures of all the t-shirts that I own, it's like I'm up there, my kids are it even happened like today. Students were like, hey, how was Shazam? I enjoyed it. Look at this. Hey, Mr. McClellan, what's your favorite comic book movie? I went, Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice, Ultimate Edition. And they went, oh, okay. It's like, yeah.
That's right.
You remember that. You remember that answer. Yes.
You know what actually just came to me, like talking about, going back to the whole Jim Lee Martian Manhunter thing. For some reason, all of a sudden, it just came to me. I'm like, just a little detail that I'm going, how is Zack Snyder going to approach this little detail when it comes to Martian Manhunter? How does Martha morph into Swanwick and then morph into Martian Manhunter? How is he going to handle the morphing? How is it? It's obviously not going to just be some like stupid little, it's going to be something interesting, creative. I was like, for some reason that just hit my brain. I'm like, how is Zack Snyder going to handle him morphing?
It's weird because it's like, why does he morph into like? We're watching him. It's not like he needs to be Linux at that point in time. You know what I mean?
But it's one of those things where it's like when they tie fucking ribbons to goddamn fans and air and AC vents to let it know that the air is blowing through it. It's like you got to let the audience know that, hey, remember, this is this character, and then maybe, I don't know, maybe he won't do it like that. Maybe it'll be different, or maybe that's how he handles the morphing. Is like, okay, he's gonna change back and he's going to go into his normal human form, and then all of a sudden he goes into his, I don't know, it's going to be interesting. For some reason that just hit my brain when we were talking about Martian Manhunter, like 12 minutes ago. It was just like it locked in my brain. I'm like, how does he handle that whole aspect. How
I
does
just want to know what that effect looks like.
Yes, exactly. That's what I'm talking about. It's like,
yeah,
it's not going to just be some kind of just like normal, like just a normal little morphing thing where it just it's going to be something interesting.
If it looks like that cyborg in the Nightmare with the cannon, I'm worried. I'm just saying.
Well. We've talked about that.
I'm just fucking around. I know.
And that explosion too.
Yeah, I know. I'm just talking shit. Like I got to talk shit at least somewhat.
A little bit. Yeah, of course you do.
Like, because that shot, when I saw that shot, I was like,
yeah. A lot of people point. We talked about that on your stream, actually. Right?
Yeah, it was on your stream.
Unreal Emotion. Unreal Emotion.
Because enough people have thought that maybe that's a fake out shot, or it just wasn't done.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that obviously is one of the additional photography shots,
right?
So it's not going to be as polished. And so
like, what is that? What is he doing? That I don't feel like he would do that to Joker. You know what I mean? Like. I don't
do the Deathstroke.
Yeah, but even then though, they're still human. Like it's not like, dude, he's loading up a gun and he's got a fucking shoulder cannon, like turret.
Maybe it's an alien. It looks like a predator rifle.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
yeah. What are you talking about? So basically, you're saying Cyborg saying, "Get to the chopper."
Yeah, no, he is the predator.
Yeah, but like, what is he reacting to? You know what I mean? Like,
okay, who's making the predator sound? That's way too accurate.
That's me.
That is Dave. Dave, that's good.
Come on, man. That's me.
The film. That's the film Junkee mating call right there.
Right. Wow. That's how I lure them in. That's how I lure them.
No bullshit. I thought that was Enosh. I was like, if anybody's that's Enosh, but no.
Without his mouth moving, he's just sitting there doing it.
I can't really see. I'm a little
drunk. I'm drinking the magic beer. So for everyone who hasn't seen Zatanna,
with the boomshell Zatanna right there, I love it.
Oh, what? Hold on. You know what? The fact that you bring that up real quick though. Listen, Constantine, I brought this up. And I won't even plug it up, but I brought it up on my show. Like it's weird because I feel like Constantine needs to be blonde and English, right? Like that's the weird thing, right? That he needs to be blonde and English. Am I right?
What's with changing all these blondes?
Yeah,
I know. But
it's all about hair color.
Am I correct on that? And I say that only because of how the comics are and how the
I think when it comes to Constantine, it's like I enjoyed the Reeves version, and I would like to see maybe he's going to get brought back in some form in like a multiverse thing. But if they want to do, I mean, I enjoyed even the what's the actor that played him on TV?
Matt Ryan.
Okay, that's right. I was like, every time I hear that, I always think of the fucking quarterback for the Falcons, and I'm like, that's not right. But yeah. So, but I enjoyed that because it's legit to the character, and I want the accent, I want that sarcasm, I do want that.
I want to be a son of a bitch.
Yeah, you want him to be
an asshole. Yes.
Yeah, you want him to be an asshole, and so I always constantly, So I'm kind of wondering, like, okay, yeah. I mean, I get what you're saying. Does hair color? I don't really give a shit. But at the same time,
only reason he looks like that is because it was based on Sting. That's it.
Oh, okay.
Is that what it was?
No. Oh, yeah. The original artist. If you go back to his first appearance in Saga of Swamp Thing, he looks.
Speaking of Swamp Thing, I just want them to utilize the Swamp Thing they already have at their disposal, please. Like, it's like, okay, if you're gonna create JJ, and like he's gonna actually watch this, maybe he does. Let's add some lens flare somewhere. No, but like if like it's like, please, if you're gonna do Justice League Dark, okay, you don't have establish all the other characters. You don't need to establish Swamp Thing. James Wan and everybody already helped with that. Please just take what the Swamp Thing series was and bring it into the world of the Justice League Dark, because it just works perfectly. And whatever they're going to do with this Constantine series, if it's actually going to happen, please, just I don't know. That's one of the things.
Props.
Did you guys like it?
Props here.
There it is.
Not only this. Here's the best part. Look at the introduction.
So there it is right there.
I mean, okay, hold on. I gotta
for a second when you said Sting, I was thinking the wrestler. I was like, what?
no, hold on. Let me.
He comes down out of the rafters, you know.
Yeah,
here we go.
Baseball bat.
He removes his mask.
Oh wow, yeah. So that's totally Sting
wow.
right there. What the?
Wow.
I did not even know about that. Wow, that's awesome.
Yeah, this is okay. So this is so that comes from Saga of Swamp Thing number 37. That was the first appearance of John Constantine. So much so that yes, in this 30th anniversary celebration, Sting writes the introduction. So boom. That's what I bring to the vodka stream.
That's what you always do, man. He's always got the book on hand. Always got that source material. I love it. Yeah, I don't know. I know they're trying to find. They're gonna probably do, a little bit of a race swap thing. I don't know. That's
and
what
you know what? That doesn't bother me because as long as he's an asshole, that's all he has to be is an asshole.
It has the accent.
Listen, out of all the assholes, like if we're gonna make anybody an asshole dick that we don't like, but we have to kind of like, it should be a Caucasian. I'm sorry, like that's
true. That's true. I mean, that is true too. I mean,
yeah. You don't want to sit there and hate you don't want to be like that guy's an asshole if he's a black or Asian or just somebody of color. Like you know what I mean? Because you're like, am I racist? Like, because I don't like him. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Everybody starts canceling themselves. Like, oh shit.
Like, fuck, am I a dick?
The best thing about Constantine as a character is that he's amoral. It's like he's going to do the right thing,
but he's going to be a dick about it.
It's like if I have to sacrifice you to save this other person, or if I have to sacrifice you to save the world,
sorry, I'm gonna
bye.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it.
I'm gonna do it. And that's always been the appeal to the character to me. It's like he's eventually going to do something that is ultimately best.
Good, yeah.
But he's going to do it in the dickish way possible. And I don't know, that has always been something that has appealed to me about the character.
Oh yeah,
it's like, oh no, I'm gonna screw you. Screw you.
Ty,
You're getting screwed over.
Yeah, Ty, what were we gonna say?
Like
as a white Caucasian.
As a white Caucasian, I'm actually not opposed to the racial swap. I mean, Britain has, it's almost as diverse as any place.
Of course.
As long as the story's correct and they get the character right. I haven't always been a fan of like the racial swap, but like with like characters that aren't as big, maybe you can get away with it. But like when you start changing characters that are main characters, like you can't make Batman Asian, or Bruce Wayne, you can't make Asian, right? Like it just wouldn't make sense. With Constantine,
you'd be like a mathematician. You'd be like, why would you like? I'm just kidding.
Did you just?
No, I'm about to leave right now. I don't need this. I'm just saying.
But I do.
Scott's like, I'm out of this conversation.
Yeah, I do think with Constantine, you can get away with it, and I think it could be a good storyline. I'm excited to see what HBO does with the character.
I think there are some characters that can really surprise you, and like there's sometimes where I've been blown away. Like for example, my greatest example of that is Perry White in Man of Steel and Batman v Superman.
Yes.
At no time am I thinking to myself, wait a second, he's supposed to be white because it's Perry White. I know it's
breaking news. Water wet.
Exactly. But I mean, he is that character.
Absolutely. Because I told my daughter that I was like, hey, actually Perry White's white in the comics. She was like, what? Like she thought I was bullshitting. She was like, what are you talking about? And I was like, yeah, no, he's He's white in the comic.
It's all about the performance. It's all about the performance.
But it's his performance. But it's his performance. At no time am I ever taken out of that performance and thinking about his race. And so I think that's the thing is like I agree that there are some characters that like if you try to do something too drastic or try to force something or you make it about that pulls you out of it, and now you're just thinking about the race. If you're just looking at a performance and they let it happen naturally, I
always say like make it make sense. Like when they did Jason Momoa, it makes sense that you would get a Hawaiian to play that role. Aquaman, yes, it makes sense. Make it make sense. Just make it make sense. Don't just do it because it's gonna get you political or PR brownie points. Make it work for the character. As long as you do that, I'm okay with it. But if you're just doing it just because it's going to get you some brownie points over here, no, fuck that. But like I said, like Jason Momoa as Aquaman, and Zack Snyder knew this way back in 2014 when he cast him. And he knew, he's like, you know what? Aquaman is lame. He's a big fucking joke when it comes to the Justice League. Look at all the jokes. He's like this blonde hair, blue-eyed guy, and like everybody doesn't take him seriously. Like he rides a fucking seahorse. They make fun of him. Let's make him a badass Hawaiian character. Like, and let's cast Jason Momoa to make him a fucking rock star. And it worked big time.
Oh my gosh, did it work?
Jesus.
Hey, $1 billion in a solo. Whoever would have thought an Aquaman solo movie would have made over $1 billion?
I'm telling you right now. I mean, and there's some characters that even I didn't think that it would work. I don't know if any of you guys watched the show Krypton.
Yes, loved Krypton.
But look at General Zod. If you would have asked me,
Colin Salmon rocked that.
And that's what I'm saying. If you would have asked me on paper, is General Zod black? I would have said, well, no, because my mind has told me no, because traditionally I've been presented with nothing but a Caucasian male, General Zod. But then you watch that performance, and at no time am I thinking, man, I wish he was white. I'm just thinking that's all freaking General Zod. He is nailing it.
All about the performance.
Exactly.
All about that.
Yeah.
I mean, same thing with Deadshot. I mean, Will Smith. Hey, he Will Smith it, and we enjoyed the shit out of it. And I was like, all right, that worked for me. I'm totally fine with that. I didn't think Deadshot needed to, be a certain, whatever. It doesn't matter to me, All right, let's get to some of these patron questions here. We got William, who's he asks questions a lot, so let's see what he asks.
Wait.
Whoa.
I'm sorry, I just got back, and I remember before I left to go take a piss, Krypton Cage sent in a super chat, and he wanted to ask Ty a specific question.
That's right.
Ooh, me?
What did you think of the WandaVision episode?
Okay, I haven't seen it yet, so no spoilers.
Yeah,
I literally I can't do it then. However, because I won't stop. Once I go, there's no stopping it.
Can't stop. Won't
and
stop.
It is literally against my religion to spoil anything. So the episode was underwhelming for me.
Absolutely. Yes.
Very underwhelming with how they're setting this up.
Correct.
You will not learn anything in this episode. Big. Yeah.
But they set it up to where they were like, you're going to learn more.
Yeah.
But just not in this episode.
Thank God I'm not alone. Okay, good.
No.
I'm sorry, I needed that validation from somebody else.
Okay. I have not seen the episode. I will probably watch it when we get off this stream.
Yeah. Good.
I will just say in general, whenever they depart from the sitcom aspect of the show, those are the episodes that underwhelm me the most. So the 70s episode and last week's 90s episode have been the most underwhelming to me, because those are the ones where they do not commit to the sitcom.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
they commit.
Yeah, they commit.
It's just like a 2000 sitcom right here. They do a pretty good job, I thought. But
let me know what you think after.
But the shocking little ending, and we won't say it, but it's just one of those things where it's like, all right, that wasn't too surprising, kind of thing. That's all. That's all I'll say.
Okay,
about it.
no,
but the thing is like, and this is my gripe with it, right? Is because dedicated fans of the source material will know, and we already have known, and general audiences are now asking themselves, who is that? Right? So no one wins here. Like no one, this was not big for anybody. Right? We all knew already. Just So I just thought, like, as far as, and then WandaVision does one good thing, right? Is the narrator or the story, whoever's telling the story, has been unreliable since the beginning, right? And they had Reed Richards trending on Twitter this whole week. So the show is literally messing with people at this point, right? Not only in the show, but it's creating in real life.
Yeah.
It's messing with people. Like they're like, oh, Reed Richards is going to be in it. Nope. Joke's on you. So it's just been, I guess it's got everyone talking.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can't wait till you to watch it. You know, Scott, like you're going to be like this. Oh, okay.
No.
I mean, it went from interesting to stupid real fast.
Listen,
okay, Matt, are you talking about the episode or the show in general?
Oh, the episode.
The show in general. No, for me, it's the show in general.
Well, I would say the show in general because we don't know. Like, I can't.
I could give two shits now.
All right, but you haven't seen. You're gonna watch the next episode. Let's put it that way. You're gonna watch the next episode, regardless. No, bullshit.
I am very good at just dropping and never watching. Like Titans, I am still on episode 2 of season 2. All right. When something gets too stupid,
I'll say this. I'll say this though. Like you're watching, you're gonna be like, all right, the next episode better be some fucking big revealing shit. And obviously, they only have 2 episodes left. But you know, when it comes to something like this, it's like, all right, I get it. Like I it needs to really perform well because
it needs to stick the landing.
Yeah, because if it doesn't, I'm gonna go fuck these shows. I don't need to watch Falcon and the Winter Soldier. I don't need to okay, fine, like fuck it, dude. But yeah, I'm giving it time to finish. That's all I'm saying.
This was my point from the beginning, was you should not have started with an experimental show like WandaVision. You should have given people what they know. I know. You should have given people what they know and the winning formula and started with Falcon and Winter Soldier so that you could ease people into this whole Disney Plus thing. It didn't work out that way, clearly, and it was going well, I suppose. We took a left turn here.
Also,
no, it's fine. And I saw the super chat. I was gonna save it, thank you, Garza, but I was like, I wanted to get to a patron question first.
I didn't want to skip it. I know
it's fine. No, I saw it, and Krypton Cage is
at me. I dig it.
Yeah, but I was like, okay, we were gonna get to WandaVision, but I was like, all right, let me get to a question first, and then that. I saw your comment, Jose. I'm just saying. I'm close to make you a moderator, Jose, but then you made that comment, and I'm like, He said Garza's better at running the show than Dave. And I was like, okay, is that the way it's going to be? Is that the way it's going to be? Is that the way it's going to be, Jose?
I will fuck you up!
That's true. Yeah, watch out, dude.
That's 2 shows I literally did Real Emotion on Wednesday. I did
see what you're causing here, Jose. You see what you just caused here? I mean, just
it's like the Community episode where Jeff is taking the meds in his.
I love Community. I love Community. I love that show. Yeah, I really do.
Yeah. Okay.
I feel really good. You know what's funny too is that I'm off my meds right now, so that's even funnier.
So about those Patreon questions.
Yeah, I know
right,
Patreon questions.
Yeah, because we got a couple more. All right, here's William.
Hey, Junkee, Vodka Stream Crew. With everything going on as far as HBO Max, Warner Media, and Warner Brothers, why are there still trades and YouTubers, won't mention any names, but I think you guys know who they are, who constantly give more weight to things that Walter Hamada and Toby Emmerich say, even though they are a division of Warner Media and not the end-all be-all? And at what point do you think Jason Kilar or whoever who's making those decisions at Warner Media will come in and put a definitive line on who does what and where? And why is it such a blurred line between what Warner Brothers proper and what Warner Brothers Media handle as far as each other's projects? It is really hard to get excited about any further DCEU content if I don't know who's handling it. If it's Warner Brothers, I'll go see it, but I won't care as much because I don't have any faith in them following through. If it's Warner Media and it's HBO Max, it's a different story altogether. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting because I mean, look what happened today. It's like, okay, what trended today? Snyder Cut worldwide, and then all of a sudden, a few hours later, hey, let's talk about Supergirl being in the Flash movie.
Yeah,
and it's kind of convenient, and so we kind of, there's like a weird. It is a weird thing, and I know like there's people that haven't grasped the multiverse concept yet. When you see, you look at your timeline, and you look at how people are reacting to it, and they're like, all right. So this is a whole different, like, oh yeah, Cavill's not coming back, and then you go, well, maybe he is coming back in this 4-hour version of Justice League. We don't know what's going to be happening after that. I mean, it is interesting what William said. What do you have to say, Enosh?
Well, yeah, I'm sick of hearing people who are supposedly in the know, or like they're picking and choosing what they want to accentuate. And and even I said today, as happy as I was about the Supergirl news, it's like I had to look back at it because I hadn't even thought about it, honestly. I talked about it the other day, on Sunday with the whole Kong versus Godzilla thing, and kind of putting all this stuff out together. And then after I was done, I realized today, oh my God, yeah. I mean, Zach comes out with this great news that's been something that people have been very concerned about, and rightfully so, because so many people have fought for this thing and wanted this thing to happen. And all of a sudden they get an answer, and it's this positive news, and it starts trending and everything's going great. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh, hey, but Warner Brothers over here has got this little thing in their back pocket that they're going to pull out. And now all of a sudden that's the story. And it's like, I wish that I didn't feel, because there's been times where I felt like conspiracy theorists on it, and like I've had people tell me, no, Enosh, I think you're reading too much into this. They don't have time for that. Warner Brothers, they're a company. They're not.
That's their game, dude. They want you to feel crazy. So
I know
about it.
I know, and it's like the more I look at it, I'm like, you can't deny the fact that they keep doing this stuff, whether it's making up crazy stuff about Jason Momoa being Frosty, or this. It's like, this is no longer a coincidence. This is a blatant thing where it's like, look, Warner Brothers doesn't like Zach, and they're being very, very petty about. They didn't have to release that information about Supergirl today.
Tomorrow,
yeah. Like, what's the problem? What's the problem? You seriously can't let Zach have a day. Everybody knew that Sunday was the day, that was Zach's day, that was this movie's day for this trailer. It had been building up all week long with these clips, and people have been talking about it in videos and reports and everything. The trailer drops, and then we're like, oh, but hey, we got Kong versus Godzilla, which is another thing that, yes, people legitimately want. But you don't have to do that. Why are you undermining this thing? Why are you going out of your way?
Well, the fun part was it didn't even undermine it because I didn't even know it had happened.
No, it was a silly like social media post. It was only like a minute long. It had some extended scenes from the trailer. That was about it. It wasn't even it was almost like they were like, hey, can you just like put something together real quick, and then we're just gonna drop it. But nobody even knew about it. Like when I heard about it, I was like, oh, okay. And I went to the Warner Brothers YouTube, not there. I went to HBO Max, not there. I went to nothing. It was not on YouTube.
Their Twitter was
pathetic. It's pathetic. It's like this little voice over here that's going, "Hey, look at us! Look at us! We're over here too. Yeah. Don't pay attention to Zach. Don't pay attention to this movie. This thing that because I agree with y'all. I mean, this thing is gonna absolutely blow up. Why are they gonna release something else on the 18th?
Yeah, I know, right?
I mean, is the 18th gonna come, and then all of a sudden we're gonna get? Oh, and by the way. This is coming. It's like,
by the way, they have been shooting the Flash movie this whole time. Look at this scene.
The Flash is done.
Yeah. My God. Yeah. We got Booster Gold. Look at this, or something
Space
like that.
Jam 2 might derail things.
Oh my God. Fuck.
They could push that up.
Oh, yeah. God. Space Jam 2.
It is frustrating. It's just frustrating. And it's also frustrating to listen to certain people hype stuff for that instead of talking about the real story. Like, you know, like downplay, you know, the fact that Darkseid is in this film, that we're getting this live action version of Darkseid because you want to talk about some other little, you know, thing. And then you have every company under that Warner, you know, banner supporting this thing, promoting this thing, except for the people who were originally responsible for it. Oh, okay. Sure. You know, and then the excuse is, well, you know, it's not really a Warner Brothers Pictures thing anymore, you know, so they don't really have a reason to. Well, nobody else has a reason to promote it either, but you know what? They're coming together because they're sister companies, you know,
right.
and they're trying to do. I mean, Arby's doesn't have to like make their little things with their, you know, sauces and everything for every little thing that comes out either, but they're showing support. Subway doesn't have to support Zack Snyder, but they're doing
Looney
it.
Tunes doesn't have to support Zack Snyder's Justice League, but they do.
Hamada, and he's here now.
But
see somebody. I tell you, somebody did
be sorry.
Wow.
But Enosh, I'm totally with you because I really hate feeling like I'm the petty, crazy one.
Yeah.
Because like when the Supergirl news happened, literally my brain went, well, that's convenient. Like, I've gotten to that point. I've gotten to that point where I saw the Deadline article and I went, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Because like, and I'm like, wow.
It's par.
Wow. I'm that jaded. I really am that jaded. But it's also true.
I mean, that's how I started up my video about it. I was like, interesting. You know, like what is going on there? I could put on my tinfoil hat, you know, or steal Trish Wong Swenson's tinfoil hat and be like, what the fuck? You know, like, why is this happening?
But
today?
we're crazy. We're looking too much into it. We're just all just, you know, so dedicated to Zach that we're just seeing conflict everywhere. You know, we're seeing things for the real way that it is. Like other companies release different things on the same day. It's like not like this. No, not like this. Not in this way. Not blatant stuff that's supposed to be in your face and trying to just detract from, you know, the real story that's going on that day.
And to answer William's question, why the trades pay so much attention to, because you got to remember, Warner Brothers is old school Hollywood. So all these trades, that's where their connections are. That's where their sources are. I'm sorry, they're paying the piper. Okay, AT&T, Warner Media, they're
new school.
They're new school. They're not beholden to the trades.
Yeah.
They don't feel this need to suck up to Variety and Hollywood Reporter and Deadline and all of them. Warner Brothers is where all the connections are. You know, Kylar and Warner Media and AT&T, they're playing a different ball game. You know, look at Warner Media's post when they retweeted the post about the worldwide thing. Like, here we are listening to the, like, Warner Media and Jason Kylar, whether it's bullshit or not, they are beating we're listening to the fans drum. When the whole thing about dropping all the movies on HBO Max, what was their company line that you heard from Kylar and Stanky and all of them? It was the fans, the consumers. Like, this has been their philosophy or their PR or their BS or whatever you want to say it is, but they've been consistent with it for about a year now. So that's where they're going. Warner Brothers is old school. They do not want to change into the new world. They do not want to evolve into the streaming age and the streaming wars. And so they're holding on. They're feeding. I mean, if you've two movies, I mean, because your audience loves movies. Two movies you want to watch to understand what's going on is Sweet Smell of Success. That's an old black and white movie. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And something a little bit more recent, LA Confidential.
There you go.
Watch those two movies. Look at Danny DeVito's character in LA Confidential, and then look at the interaction between Burt Lancaster and Tony Curtis in Sweet Smell of Success, which is a damn good movie from the 50s, if you want to understand the relationship between the press and entertainment, that's what I have to say.
And you know what statement I'm still not over, and it still pisses me off to this day, is the stupid cul-de-sac statement. Nobody in their right mind would make a statement like that. Can you imagine Kevin Feige talking about any Marvel project? Like, no matter how insignificant, imagine, they got this what if, thing that's like not tied to any continuity whatsoever. Can you imagine him coming out and saying, yeah, we've got this what if thing that's coming out on Disney Plus and everything, but look, that doesn't go anywhere. So don't even worry about that.
Well, that's why I don't
pay attention to Falcon and Winter Soldier, but don't worry about this thing that we're spending millions of dollars on and like promoting and pushing, and it's going to be its own thing. That's a cul-de-sac. That's not going anywhere.
That's why
BS. That's
why I love BS. Kevin Smith's reaction to it.
Yes.
Why would you say that?
I didn't see that. So I heard about that from the first time I was listening to you the other day. And I was like, what? Oh my God.
His literal reaction was like, why would you say that it's a
Enosh, you've never seen that?
I have not seen that.
Okay.
No, I don't know.
Hold on. I'm going to find it. I'm going to send it to you.
Thank you. Because I have not seen it.
When he reads it and he just goes, why would you say that? Like,
exactly.
That was come out yet.
Yes.
Why would you even say that? Yeah. That's why it was a perfect reaction from Kevin Smith. And I absolutely love how he reacted to that statement, because he was just like, why would you fucking say that? Like, we got this movie coming out that's 4 hours long, establishes all the Justice League characters. Not only that, it expands on Darkseid. It's got Desaad. It's got Granny Goodness. It's got all this crap. And then they're like, oh yeah, but don't worry about it. It's just gonna be a one-off. Like,
don't invest any time in that. Don't invest any time and don't worry about that. Yeah. Average person, you know what? No, don't worry about it. We got a Justice League over here that was already made that was just absolutely fine. And these Justice League sympathizers all of a sudden that are coming out of the woodwork that are like, well, but I like the 2017 Justice League.
Fine. Whatever.
Okay. All right. I guess so, but
that's cute. I remember when I had my first beer.
Yeah,
I love me.
Yeah,
I guess I like the hard stuff. So there you
go. Yeah, you like the liquor. Like the liquor. All right, we got a question from Carrie that's actually very off the cuff about. I mean, I already heard this question. It's actually it's an interesting question. So here we go.
What's up, Vodka Stream panel? I hope you guys are doing well. Despite all the fantastic news that we've been getting lately about Zack Snyder's Justice League, especially the news from today, here I have a very different type of question for you guys that I wanted to put to you. And here it is, but I have to give you a little bit of context for it. So I can remember right before The Matrix came out, I remember thinking to myself, this movie's going to tank. Keanu Reeves is destroying his career because didn't anyone see that Johnny Mnemonic just a few years prior failed? Was just an absolute disaster at the box office. Now, for me at the time, I actually really enjoyed Johnny Mnemonic. I like the whole cyberpunk world, that futuristic world where people get cybernetic implants and there's hackers who carry data in their heads and have to go on missions. And like corporations rule the world, but they're super corrupt, and so you gotta have to work around them, that kind of stuff. I like that world of the Johnny Mnemonic and that style of a sci-fi futuristic world. So, the movie obviously didn't work for whatever reason, but that's a movie that personally I would love to see someone give another crack at it. I don't think it'll ever happen, but a guy can dream. But that's my question for you guys. What's a movie or story or character that, for whatever reason, when it was made into a movie, just didn't work, but that you personally would like to see another tackle at it and think it could? You like the story idea, that the story premise is good, or maybe the characters are good, but you think just need to be handled better for some reason. Have a good night, guys.
Max Payne, like I said earlier. Jesus Christ. All right.
Can I go first?
Garza.
Mario Brothers.
Yeah, I mean, I would say Max Payne, or what's that one movie that came out? From I can't even remember. I hated it. It had the girl who played Enchantress, and it had Dane DeHaan. What's it called?
Oh, Something in the World. Oh god, that movie was awful. Yes,
it was, but it was a beautiful fucking world building movie. Matt, you know it. What is it? Just kidding.
The Valerian.
Okay. Yeah. No, Matt. What's a movie that you saw that you thought, oh shit, this was a good idea, but they executed it poorly? Don't say Justice League.
No, easy one for me. That's Spawn.
Yeah. There you go.
See, it's funny because Spawn, I actually saw the PG-13 cut in theaters as a kid, and people don't even realize that movie was intended to be PG-13. And everybody's so used to the rated R version that came out on DVD or VHS, depending when you got it. And everyone ever realizes that it was actually PG-13. And not even the R version was even cut down drastically too. So that's like another, release the Spawn cut. I don't know. But I know McFarlane's been talking forever, and we have Jamie Foxx, supposedly. And I just, maybe one day, I don't know, man can dream. Oh, hey, Scott, also.
Ben's still awake.
Hey, Scott, if you're really looking for the Kevin Smith one, it's in one of our videos. I don't know if you want to just look at it. What Kevin Smith was talking about, the deal with
good, because I've been finding articles about it, but I couldn't. But I wanted to get Enosh the actual video of him saying it. So, do you know which video of yours it's in?
Yeah. I can just send it to the chat and stuff, and I can give you a timestamp. It's our shitty background music is in there, but other than that, it's the video of it.
That's what I've been trying to find, because I can find the quotes, but I really wanted Enosh to see Kevin's reaction. Like, Kevin's reaction is like perfect.
Oh, he's just like, what? He's just like, what the fuck? Like, why would you say that? Yeah, you don't know what this is going to bring in. You don't know what kind of audience this is going to bring in, and they automatically were just like, oh yeah, this is just going nowhere. So yeah, enjoy it. But it's going nowhere. But it literally, like, it ends on a cliffhanger of like, oh yeah, there's all these assholes in Apocalypse. Darkseid, the ultimate Justice League baddie, is like, all right, okay, you defeated Uncle right here. Yeah, there's his head. But yeah, you haven't messed with me yet, assholes. Like.
Can I just say something?
No.
No.
Yeah.
How about no?
Sorry.
No, I'm drunk. So
really, Garza, I couldn't tell.
Yeah, that's so great about the vodka stream. Yeah.
I just DM'd it. I just DM'd it to you, Enosh. By the way.
Oh, okay, cool.
Also, in the beginning of that is also Burnett's, the John Campia's guy. He also says something very similar. So I combined those two when we did them. Like, Robert Burnett. Yeah. He was saying the same thing, that it seems sketchy, and then it rolls into the Kevin Smith thing. So
cool.
I like that.
You know what?
Right, go ahead, Garza. No,
Ty.
Let's go to Garza. You were going to say something first.
No, just drunk. Ty.
All right, go ahead, Ty.
First off, my camera's pissing me the fuck off right now because it keeps auto focusing.
Always with the issues, Ty.
Yeah, listen, I just got my life together. All right. So I'm working on it. All right. Getting it sorted out. I would like to see more. I don't even think the story was bad the first time, or like, I don't think that it was done the one I'm talking about is bad. I would like to see more Judge Dredd.
That's one of the ones where, like, they first when they try to execute it, and they were like, hey, let's get Sylvester Stallone, and it was just like, but like most of the time he's not wearing his helmet because you have to show Sylvester Stallone. Then they finally did it, and like, hey, let's get Carl Urban. Carl Urban's going to be dedicated, badass. He doesn't take that fucking helmet off at all in that movie, and it's fucking good.
Dude, have you ever, on that Stallone one, have you ever heard like some of the background crap on that one? I got this one.
Yeah, I think I've heard a little bit, but go ahead.
Well, I got this like one of the GoFundMe's or Kickstarter ones I did was like for this 80s, it's called The Last Action Heroes. And it was a documentary. It was on the 80s and stuff. And they actually started talking about some of the 90s and stuff like that. And they were talking about how much they got sued by Burger King for that shit because it was supposed to be PG-13. And they had this whole toy set up and everything. And then the director was just really inexperienced. The writer was writing it for PG-13. But the director was off somewhere else, and they started getting the dailies, and there's like people just getting heads ripped off and shit. And they're like, "No, it's supposed to be off screen. You're not supposed to do that." Yeah, and then Burger King ended up suing them for that shit.
Oh wow, I didn't hear about that.
Burger King.
Jeez, no, but yeah, I mean, like,
but I'm supposed to be able to get it my way, Matt.
Right.
People getting flame broiled.
I didn't think the urban franchise, like I didn't think that got its time in the sun. I wish it would have.
No, I really needed to. It's under. Yeah, I want a sequel like now.
But then we got to see him in The Boys, and he absolutely murders it in The Boys. So
literally,
I'm happy with literally. I'm happy with where he's at right now. I wouldn't mind seeing more Dredd.
Well, I know
Judge Dredd.
I know that is such an interesting one because I mean. Even though it has, I don't even know the director's name on that, but essentially it is it's an Alex Garland joint. I guess you could say it's an Alex Garland film. He came in and pretty much, I don't know. I it's one of those I need to dive into, and I'll probably do like a whole video because it fascinates me like what happened with that whole thing, and it's a beautiful fucking movie. The way that when people are on the slow-mo drug and the way that all happens, and then just I mean the fact that it's so contained because it basically like it just takes place in this one building and like I said, it's just oh my god. I mean,
whatever happened to the TV show Mega City 1? Like I remember that was a thing.
That was supposed to be a thing, and Carl Urban has always expressed that he would in a heartbeat come back to play the character, and it's like come on, you're just leaving money on the table, whoever wants to grab it. Come on, Netflix, come on, Amazon, somebody do it.
HBO, and that connects
Netflix property,
and that connects to my answer because as a huge Stephen King fan, the Dark Tower movie,
oh my god,
God, I mean, and what a waste. And what a waste of perfect casting of Matthew McConaughey
Jesus Christ.
As the Man in Black.
Okay.
He was cast perfectly.
That was just like what you said with Daredevil. It had nothing to do with any of the actors in that. Idris Elba, that kid, I forgot his name, and Matthew McConaughey, all fantastic. But the fucking movie was a shit sandwich.
Oh my god. And as someone who I literally spent the 2 months leading up to that movie rereading / reading for the first time all 8.5 books in that series, and to be presented with that, and I'm just like, what the hell?
Dude, I remember walking out of that movie going like, oh my god, there was like, because I never read the books, but I knew there was a series of books, and I'm like, you could tell there is so much they can explore in this world that they just go. There
is literally elements all the way up through book 6.
Yeah.
That is crammed into that 90-minute movie.
I was so confused.
Oh, I don't blame you. I read the books. I read the books, Ty. I was confused. And then
I'm confused about what we're talking about because I don't know what we're talking about.
The Dark Tower, baby.
Yeah. But Glenn Mazzarella, who was one of the OG guys on Walking Dead, was developing a Dark Tower series.
Yeah, what happened to that?
Amazon passed on it.
Oh Jesus!
And I'm sitting here going,
spent too much money on that Lord of the Rings show.
Yeah, basically.
And I'm just. Thank you.
Yes.
Long drop.
That is my reaction to that because it's like because the description of what that series was going to be was like,
there it is.
There it is. That's what I want.
It'll eventually happen.
I hope so because Dave, that's another one of those that's a commitment because that's a lot of books. But oh my god, that series as written is like you take a Western, a fantasy, a horror, a sci-fi.
It's all crammed into,
and it's all crammed into one story.
You can see it. You could see like there's something there, but it's like it just blows through like everything. And I'm
everything.
Like, when I first watched, you know what's funny is it was on like AMC or something the other day, like a couple of weeks ago, and I had it on, and I was watching. I was like, some of these scenes are pretty damn good, but this movie just blows through like all this shit. And it's just like it makes it just like the story just I get what's going on with the story, but there's so much you can go like you can like dive into. I mean, it's definitely, and then like you said, the star power is there. They had it and they fucking wasted it big time.
Oh. Yeah. So Castle Rock is like the prime example of like how to do a good show, like a Stephen King story, right? Like at least from my perspective, right?
I haven't watched
not to cram it into a movie like that.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing is like they need to embrace like the series element to some of the stuff now. Yeah. I mean, now that we have streaming, it's like, all right, can we just like do some of that now? Let's you know, and what's funny is too is like talking about Zack Snyder's Justice League, he was embracing that with his movie. And that's what's so great. It's like, oh yeah, hey, this movie, I'm going to pitch it to HBO Max. It can be a series because guess what? I broke it out into these little parts, and you know, we could do this in a streaming service, but of course the logistics of paying the actors and whatever. Cool. That didn't work out. Okay. So if we do get future stuff, I'm always thinking like, if we do get future Snyderverse stuff from Snyder, Justice League 2, it's 100% going to be a series from this time on. It definitely will be.
I've got a couple ideas. So one goes without saying, just because I want to see more of it, no matter what. And I know they keep talking about it, but I want to see Tron. I want to see more Tron. Ooh. Give me all the Tron you could possibly give me, and
Tron Legacy is underrated. Big time.
Oh my gosh, so underrated. I've just gotten to a point in my life where I realize all the stuff that I like and I enjoy and it's deep and I can actually understand goes over everybody else's head, and everybody else just hates it. And I'll just I'll own that, I guess. But you know what I would like to see them like take a stab at and make it like a serious gritty tone, because I think that there's a story there. And this is going to go back to like being a kid in the 80s. But can you imagine like a real serious take on the Flight of the Navigator story?
Ooh.
Where literally a kid is like, taken by some alien ship, comes back years later, but hasn't aged, but you do a serious take, not the, silly, I mean, I love that movie. Don't get me wrong.
You're my big little brother. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's my childhood, but
totally.
But yeah, a serious take on that, where like a family has to deal with that and a kid has to deal with that coming back. I mean, I think
a serious take on Captain Planet. That would be the
We're still waiting on that. We're still waiting on that. That's coming. I'm sure that's coming. I would not be surprised. But what's going to happen? They're going to go. Yeah. They're going to go crazy political and be like, they
already went crazy political in that cartoon. Let's be honest.
They did. But I remember I watched that too. I mean, it's great.
Yeah, but like Ty said, Don Cheadle.
Let's get Don Cheadle back, baby.
Yeah, that was great. That little fucking parody. Yeah. Have you seen that, Scott?
No, I haven't.
Look it up. Look it up.
Oh,
There's a video of Don Cheadle playing Captain America. It's hilarious.
And it's so legit. He's like, oh fuck.
Yeah.
So that just reminds me of who the producer on Dread, when he did that little like trailer short of like the R-rated adult Power Rangers that had like Katie Sackhoff in it.
Wait, was that the one that like was a while back? That was fire.
Yes,
like blew my goddamn mind.
Are you talking about the one that the actor who played Tommy was actually in it, right? Are you talking about that?
No, that was a trailer for the Kyle Higgins comic series.
Okay.
There was the guy who was the producer on Dread did like this.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
it was talking about now. Yeah.
Like Rita was in it, right?
Oh my god.
Yes.
Yeah, that was the best. Like, my god, who wouldn't just go to them and be like, "Listen, let's get something to going." Like, you clearly got the chops for this story right here. I watched that like probably 45 times.
You said it was adult Power Rangers?
Adult Power Rangers. Have you not seen this?
The serious take on Power Rangers. Like, I'm not even a big Power Rangers guy, but that was great.
It was
great.
Yeah, it was
We
good.
just talked about that with Chris the other night because he's a huge Power Rangers fan. I really
on what?
Oh, on the Pop Culture Corner, baby.
There we go.
Hey.
I'm already drunk, so
yeah, I know. I don't think Garza needs to drink anymore. But we got one last one. I always save good old Neil, a regular Neil for last.
Nice.
You know Neil.
Dave, Vodka Stream, how are we? So, we all know the scuttlebutt been going on this week. We know what March 18th is bringing us. But on the other end of Zack Snyder's world, what about Army of the Dead, everybody? Let's talk a little Army of the Dead. Who's excited? Who wants to know, what's going to happen in that movie? I know I do. What are the zombies going to look like? How about that anime prequel? What are your thoughts? I want to know if everybody's excited. Let me know. Anyway, cheers.
Okay, I needed him to keep on going because I was trying to figure out which episode he was watching.
I know. I was like, I know. You wanted to hear the song that was going into like the graphic of the episode. Yeah.
Yes, I needed the title card. I was like, come on, man.
Oh, man. No, but when it comes to Army, we're all excited for it. Come on, it's Zack Snyder doing a crazy fucking zombie movie again, of course. And what we've seen, it's a zombie movie that has a heist level part into, and we got these crazy characters. We saw a little bit of the footage. I don't know when we're getting the first trailer, but I think we can all agree that we're all excited for Army of the Dead 100%.
And I do have a question about Army of the Dead.
Okay.
This is like serious, right? This is like a serious question. If the zombie apocalypse is happening,
yeah, oh shit.
But dead ass though, if the zombie apocalypse is happening, why are they trying to get money?
That's the question, Ty. It's
okay.
Why? That's why we got to watch it, and that's why we got to.
Is it money they're going after, or is it other?
The safe. I don't know. I guess I just assumed. Maybe I did assume wrong. But I was like, why are they? You know what I mean? Like,
all of a sudden, Garza pulled the dog from Men in Black.
Yes.
I'm like, does he have the voice of Cheech Marin? I mean,
it's my daughter's dog.
Look, I don't even like zombie movies. Okay, and I'm in for this.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I'm not a big zombie guy, but I'm in for Army of Darkness. Absolutely.
Army of Darkness.
So, you got me doing it. You got me doing it.
There's nobody gonna have a boomstick in this, okay, Nosh? Nobody with a boomstick.
Here's my boomstick.
You got me doing it.
Shop smart. Shop smart.
Army of the Dead. Army of the Dead.
No, it happens, man. It's okay. Hey, Army of the Darkness. Hey, I love that movie. Come on. I know we need more Ash. I think that was like something that somebody asked me during Film Junkie Live. Like they I think it was Bradley, who's a patron, who said, "What like horror franchise would you want to see brought back again?" And I'm like, "Well, I've always been a fan of The Evil Dead," and I'm like, "Bring me some more Ash."
Yes,
there was supposed to be more Ash. I mean, obviously, you had Ash vs. The Evil Dead. That was a great series. Bruce Campbell, but they were going to be like combining like the two universes with a remake and the old stuff. I was really like looking forward to that, but sadly, I don't know if that's going to happen. I remember at one point there was going to be Freddy versus Jason versus Ash. That was going to be a thing. God damn it! I wish that happened. But anyways,
I was so in for that, man.
I know. I mean, Jesus Christ, they dropped the ball on that one. Matt, you're excited for Army of the Dead, right?
Yes.
I knew that was gonna be Matt's reaction. I love Matt. You have a style. That is all your own.
Yeah.
And I love you for it.
On brand. And then, of course, Scott, you're also excited for it, too.
I am excited, and I'm not the biggest zombie guy, but, I just saw
Hey,
Zack
don't
Snyder
steal my
with it.
shtick. I said that.
I feel like I heard this already.
It's 4 hours. I'm 3 beers in. Now you get Scott After Dark.
That's it. Oh man! Oh, that's where you get all the F bombs.
Your language is offensive.
Yes.
Too hot for street.
I haven't used
for the
it.
Garza. And Garza is literally tilted right now. I mean,
Well, I just sent him Power Rangers so he can go enjoy that later. Just saying, Katie Sackhoff. Yes.
Yeah, she's cutie, man.
Yeah, she is. But no, I'm not even that big into zombies. But I saw Dawn of the Dead, and like in the last year, that was like the last Zack movie I needed to. It was like collecting the Infinity Stones. It's like, it's like when I finally put Dawn of the Dead in the gauntlet, it was like, yes, and I dug it a lot. That was some good zombie shit. So I'm really looking forward to seeing. Okay, Army of the Dead, what you got?
Well, just think about that. That was back in what 2004. Now we're like, I mean, this is like 16 years later. And now we're gonna get a zombie. We're gonna get a Zack Snyder zombie movie. It's just gonna be like it's gonna turn up to
written by Zack, shot by Zack. Yeah. It's like this is. I mean, when they talk about
Junkee
Snyder Bros, it's like this is the porn. This is like all Zack.
Yeah, I'm definitely excited for it though. That's for sure.
Yeah, I know. I'm wondering when we're gonna get that first trailer. I remember there was like a little talk about possibly like a trailer coming this month. I don't know. It must be kind of a little bit of struggle for Zack to be like, okay, I have to really hype up Zack's Justice League, obviously, because of this whole thing. I mean, obviously, this is like historical. It's iconic. It's whatever. But he's also got this other movie that's coming out, and you kind of go, well, maybe they might hold off till after March 18th to start really like pushing it. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know what you guys think
weird because Netflix is just so the week of.
Yeah. All of a sudden, you get a full length trailer, and then it's like, hey, it's coming out 5 days later. Oh shit! Yeah,
which I'm actually not opposed to it. Right?
Yeah, I mean that's fine in this kind of world that we live in now, where everything's so instant. Yeah.
But yeah.
Well, the one thing that he was talking about in that most recent interview is that it seemed like he had to push Army of the Dead back a little bit because when they greenlit Justice League, he was in the middle of dealing with Army of the Dead. I don't know if that slowed anything down. Who knows what their plans are? But I am actually excited, Dave. I am excited for this. And
you sound so excited.
I just thought it was beautiful that I was like, you said yes, and I'm like, all right, Scott. I thought that was it was beautiful. Comedic and great. I know.
No. I was. I'm just letting you know.
I appreciate it, man.
I am curious what the handcuffs are off me. The Snyder Unleashed type movie is going to look like.
Yeah, you're hoping that Spider-Man's going to show up. His favorite Spider-Man, right? Yep. see, I know how I'll always go back to that, man. When we were waiting, Matt hated so much about that. I mean, we all hated it, but man, I just remember waiting in line for SnyderCon to, for Snyder and everybody. And when somebody brought that up, Matt literally like crouched down, like almost in a ball, like he crouched down like in a stance, like he was so frustrated when somebody brought that up again, and it was hilarious because. Yep.
Yeah. And the Wonder Woman theme. Don't forget that asshole.
Yeah.
I think I missed that one.
What's the story?
Yeah. Well, this is at SnyderCon when like people were open to ask questions to Snyder. Somebody asked him who his favorite Spider-Man was.
Oh, you got to set it up though. You got to set it up though.
The reason why everybody was so pissed off, and I'm going to be blunt about it.
Set it up.
Not only was the fucking kid an 18-year-old that he was drunk, he is literally the quintessential fucking epitome of what a fucking nerd looks like a goddamn fucking nerd. And I would have punched
protectors.
Yes. Pocket protectors, glasses, fucking skinny nerd-looking motherfucker that I would have interrupted. I would have been like, no, fuck you. You don't get to ask that question. I'm going to answer it, and I'm going to ask the question that he should have fucking answered or that he should have asked because he built it up that way. Fuck that guy. That's all.
Jeez.
Yes. I'm dead serious. Like, I would have been so fucking pissed off because here's the thing. I would have been just like I am right now, which would have been drunk, and I would have fucking stood up and I would have been like, fuck your question. I don't give a fuck about your Spider-Man. Zach, when is the Zack Snyder Justice League going to get released? And obviously we wouldn't have had an answer, but fuck it.
But that's the question that everybody wanted. That's the weirdest thing because I was in freaking Florida watching it on my iPad with crappy internet, and this is the Q&A after BVS. It's the last night of a 3-night director's cut Snyder event, and we're all waiting for somebody to ask about the Snyder Cut. And because everyone was waiting, it seemed like nobody had the balls to actually ask the question. And then what happened? The event ended and nobody asked the question. And everyone was left standing around going, what the fuck? No one asked the question.
Should ask the fucking question, man.
Well, the second night, and the Watchmen one, I was getting so pissed. I actually screamed it from the back of the freaking auditorium.
That was you. Okay.
I screamed it from the back of the auditorium because I got so pissed that no one was asking it. And then after that, I was like, okay, well, you got to legitimately get asked the question, just raise the damn hand and stuff like that. But yeah, it was good times. Great oldies. People suck.
Yeah, no, fuck that guy. Fuck him, dude. Because I know who he is. His name is Josh or something. Something is fire. I don't fucking know. Either way, he became Oblivion. It doesn't fucking matter anymore. Because you know why? Because he asked that stupid fucking question and he got torched. He literally left Twitter. Everybody found out who the fuck he was. And that's my point. That's what you fucking get for being a fucking moron. I'm sorry, dude. That's your penance. Sorry. That's just life.
That's all right, bro.
That's life.
That's life.
Exactly. Sorry.
What's everyone's most hair-raising Snyderverse moment? Mine, which I feel is no one appreciates. Krypton had its chance. Oh, yeah. I mean, that is a pretty good line from Superman at the end saying Krypton had its chance.
Yeah.
I mean, I would say like Bruce talking to Alfred. Alfred, look at the dead. That whole scene. I mean, when that clip was released, I was like, it floored me. I was like, holy shit, this is like, yeah. I mean, that's when I got a sense of like, this is a Batman that is like not trusting anybody, who has lost his way. And I was just like thrilled about how Ben Affleck was like, look at that. Everybody always talks about Ben Affleck and he like half-asses his role. I'm like, that's fucking acting right there. Look at that.
I'm so cliche, but I'm sorry. Wonder Woman's fucking entrance in BVS.
That's the best entrance you'll ever get.
Oh my god!
I can't see anybody topping that.
I literally I remember Thursday night at the IMAX throwing my arms up in the air, unironically with yes, thank you, Garza. Yes, throw my hands in the air like I just don't care. I whooped, I hollered, I had no self-consciousness, I didn't care because that scene was like, fuck yeah!
It's crazy.
No. Listen, the only thing I'll say is not hair raising because it's not how I watch movies, but my eye opening where I went, holy shit, was when Superman was like if I wanted it, you'd be dead already.
Yeah.
Oh shit, he is absolutely dude. In my head, I went, yes, dude, Batman. I love Batman. I'm a Batman fan, and I'm like, dude, what are you doing, man? Like,
there's so many things in that Superman Batman fight. I mean, I can remember a little while back when somebody just made like a beautiful gif of just Superman like like looking at Batman and kind of walking to the side, and you could just see like, and I love like little details like this, and it's just like, it's almost like, you know, Snyder was like telling Cavill, like, you don't want to kill him, but you know you have to. And you could see it in Superman's face. He walks to the side and he's just like, ah, shit. And then he just rams him, and that's where he takes him into the building. And it's just like, just the way that he looks. He's walking to the side and he's going, I have to do this, but I don't want to do this. And it's he
throws him in his fucking light. He's like, here, I told you don't fucking
go. I love it. I love it when Batman in the mech suit is like punching him in the face, and the kryptonite wears off, and suddenly you hear the tink, 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 and you see the glove, and it's all bit up, and Superman kind of does that look, and Batman has that, oh shit, look on his face.
I liked the introduction scene for Batman when because like you said, Scott, I was in the IMAX theater the Thursday night, and you know, like like the vibe that went around the theater was like, it got real horror-y real quick, and real fucking quick. And then those girls like wouldn't come out of the cage.
Oh yeah,
like, he's still up there. I was like,
well, I made that. I've made that joke. It's like, you know, somebody like had like clips of like Superman. You know, you have Superman and like you know, with the Day of the Dead thing, and everybody's like reaching for him. You have in Wonder Woman movie, you have, she's like, you know, shaking hands at people. Everybody's like, oh my God, Wonder Woman. And then it's like, yeah, the first time you see Batman, you literally have girls in cages going like, no, it's still here, like frightened out of their fucking minds. It's like, yes.
And then like when you catch him out of the corner, because you're watching, like you're watching the screen, right?
Oh, it's beautifully
and
shot.
You
beautifully
fucking
shot.
see him in the corner of your eye. Ooh, I get that, like literally hair raising on my arms.
And then he literally like crawls across the ceiling and then
when Lois and Clark get in the bathtub.
We're getting a little romantic.
I had to break up that monotony for a second. You guys are like all like these great scenes. Actually, you know, I'm trying to think, like, because you guys were all like mentioning really great scenes. You know what scene I really, really like? Two really great scenes is one where Superman walks out in Smallville, and they're like, and what's his name says, you know, this man is not our enemy, you know, or whatever.
Pearl Hardy.
That's a great scene. And then I also love the scene in Batman v Superman where Superman, you know, crashes through the ceiling there to save Lois. And he just has that look. He looks up like, yeah, this is not going to end well for you. You know, you think using Lois as a shield is not what you want to do right now. Trust me.
I'll go ahead. Yeah, Lois is like, all right, I guess I should not hold on to him.
Let me just
here. Okay, I know what is about to happen. Like, dude, imagine that confidence, right? Like,
oh, I know.
Only do I have a gun pointed in my head, I'm gonna go. No, I know where this is going. All right, sweetheart, go for it. Like, dude,
man. Hey, the bathtub scene though, too. I mean,
you know, the question has never been answered because he was still wearing his pants, and so that was a form of dry humping. And so I was trying to figure out, is it still dry humping even though he was in the bathtub?
hey, you know what though? Imagine Snyder. Snyder could have been like, why the fuck does he have pants on still though? Like, you know what I mean? Like in my head.
You know what, though? I had to watch the theatrical cut recently for our stuff. And man, when's the last time anybody's seen this theatrical cut?
No,
2016.
So he doesn't take his shirt off in the theatrical cut. So you missed that out. You missed that.
Oh, really? I didn't remember that.
The scene that Dave was just talking about with the glancing before he drives him up the building, that's not in the theatrical cut. He just pushes him down. He pushes him down, and then all of a sudden Bruce gets up, and boom, then he goes right up into the thing. Yeah, it doesn't have the look that you were just talking about. There's so many things, and also how it's edited too. It's just crazy. It's crazy how the scene with like goddamn, what was it? Oh, with Bruce when he wakes up from the nightmare. And he's drinking the pills or popping the pills and drinking the wine. And usually in the ultimate cut, it just continues from there to Alfred. But no, it cuts off there, goes to Swanwick and Lois in the bathroom, then comes back to Alfred.
Wow.
It's so weird. It's so freaking weird. I just had to watch this damn thing. And I was just like, what the hell? what the hell is going on? Like, why? I'm so curious on why certain things were done.
That is why, like, we have the issues that we do today.
Yeah.
Right. Like, if the Ultimate Cut came out in theaters, like, more people would have saw 2017's Justice League and realized, like, that wasn't Zack.
But you only get one chance. With a lot of
one shot, one opportunity.
You get one shot, one opportunity, and that's the sad part.
Not miss a chance to blow. It's opportunity comes once in a lifetime.
You better lose yourself in the music the moment you want it.
Mom spaghetti. Exactly.
Spaghetti.
Sweater already.
I fucking love it, dude. I love how we all know it too. So.
hey, man.
I've seen him 3 times in concert.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah,
my wife used to live around the corner from him. So,
oh really?
Yeah. Well, after he hit it big, because like his mansion was like in this gated community that was like literally half a mile from where Tiffany grew up. So,
wow, that's cool, man.
I love that.
Yeah, I love him. I love him too. So.
I think that's a good way to end it with Eminem talking about the perfect way to end a stream right there. So yeah.
Yes.
I can't do it. Where's that load? You need that one.
Right? One for the Bucks. No, but
yo, if you had one chance to end this stream, would you take it?
Bring it, Enosh. Bring it. Yeah. You gonna flow? Go ahead, flow.
Yo.
No, damn it. No, anyways, I appreciate everybody showing up. I want to thank Fabian Wagner for giving me some time. That was awesome talking to him today. And I mean, we're happy that we're going to see his work. He's going to be part of history coming up when it comes to Zack Snyder's Justice League. I mean, one of the things, we kind of talked about is like, this is something that's never happened before when it comes to a director's cut. Everybody talks about, how many versions of Blade Runner do we have out there that everybody can be like, oh, I like this version, I like that. Which is the definitive version? But nothing like that.
There's 5 cuts, and the final cut's the definitive version. I'm just going to go ahead and answer that for you.
There you go. Thank you. Okay. I agree with you. Yeah. But it's just, when it comes to all this, and I love the fact that there it is. There you go. Got the pop right there. No, but I just love the fact that, he gets to be a part of that, talking to him, and he's the one that helped shoot the thing and help do some of the great stuff that's part of it. It's crazy. And so I want to thank him for being on the show. Hopefully we can talk to him again, because he's got some kind of secret project going on. I'm kind of wondering.
What it is. Listen, I asked him, I said, hey, surely, Miguel Sapochnik has called you about, House of the Dragon. He was like,
that's what I thought. I thought, like, is it?
He was like, well, I mean, we've talked, but I mean, I can't, and I was like, okay. In my head, I was like, okay, you just fucking.
It's got to be that, right? I mean,
absolutely.
After I went, I was like, oh, it's probably that Game of Thrones, like, series when it comes to HBO Max.
House of the Dragon.
Yeah, it's probably going to be something with that. And then I was like, well, maybe it's something Star Wars, maybe, But then again, at the same time, he knows future plans for more Justice League, if that's going to be the case. And hopefully if that happens, Snyder goes, hey, he calls him up and goes, hey, I need you to shoot this, and we'll do this. That'll be great. And of course, he'll be right there doing it. But let's go around the horn as we do, and to plug ourselves. And of course, Scott, you're going to go last because the way it is, and I won't forget you. I never will. But Garza, go ahead.
I'm drunk. Let's just go to Enosh, because I'm whatever. I'm tired.
The best plug ever. Best Garza plug ever. Just whatever.
Whatever. Go to Enosh.
Yeah. All right. All right. Go ahead, Enosh.
What? Whatever. No, I can't do that. That's Scott's line to do that. Okay. Hey, you can find me at Poindexter Lounge at everywhere, and come over, have some fun. Come over, have some fun with us, and talk about all this cool, fun stuff that we love. So
there you go. All right, Matt. 4-3 Matt.
Oh, hell yeah. There we go. Think of the box. I'm in the box. All right. I am one half of the world famous Comic Movie Marks. Make sure you check us out. Comic Movie Marks everywhere, on everything. That's what we do.
I just wish if somehow you could have fit in the black
I know,
on the side, that would have been so fucking cool. Yeah, if there, we maybe next time. All right, Ty.
All right, you can find me at Twitter or on Twitter at this little at this one right here, right here.
We all suck at pointing.
Yeah, it's hard, man. It's hard. It's backwards.
Oh yeah, we would suck as weathermen. That's for sure.
Yeah. Or subscribe. Head over to the channel and subscribe. Just pop Culture Corner. But remember that we are getting the cut on the 18th. So don't focus on the negative. Focus on the positive.
There it is. That's what we got to do. And then of course to send us off, Mr. Scott McClellan. Go ahead, sir.
Well, of course, you can find me on Twitter, ScottDC27. You can find my entire podcast at DC Film Squadcast, wherever podcasts can be found. We're also on YouTube, Vero, Facebook, and you can find the entire network of shows at squadcastmedia.com.
There it is. Oh, God. He's got the voice. Got that voice. And you know where to find me, guys. Make sure you hit that thumbs up before you head out. If you want to join Film Junkee, be a member. Go ahead, hit the join button, or you can become one of the patrons. Hit the link down below, and then of course merchandise, which is down below. Of course, you got shirts, hoodies, masks, mugs, all that stuff. And I want to thank, of course, again the panel for showing up and talking nerdy stuff. And just why not? Just let's round it off with this.
And also, I'm excited to watch the Snyder Cut because Joss Whedon sucks.
I believe Joss Whedon.
I hate his nostrils.
I had to do it.
It's the beard for me, man.
I know.
You do that.
It's
smelling. Do it one more time. Let me see.
Okay. You want to play one more? Okay. One more time.
I believe Joss Whedon.
Oh man, jeez. Oh, it's.
I believe.
I'm gonna have bad dreams tonight. I'm gonna have bad dreams tonight now, Enosh. Oh my God, it's so good.
What an idiot.
All right, guys. We'll talk to you later.